So we use the digital as a form of new communication because digital is you don't have the digital knowledge and your business will be digital. Yes, sir. Local supply chain. By money, using a very simple sensor, a very simple analysis tool. So the PLS is a key. With the organization and you don't have the digital knowledge and your business will be digital. Local supply chain. They always want to see it risk. They want to design. And you can see based on the color, they also use the color. Basically, important thing is to stay connected. To stay connected is about the demand to the situation. And for flexible, to adopt new strategies, challenges, opportunities.和新老的游戏机对比一下，看它之前学的发展历史。So we use the digital as a form of new communication. Because digitally, you will have the digitalized and your business will be digital. Yes, sir. Local production network, local supply chain. By manually using the very simple sensor, the very simple tool. So here, just in the beginning. Quick thinking, quick decision making, and quick changes. Systems, in procurement, sourcing. So learning the technology is one thing. They know where you want to treat it with. They want to design it another way. And you can see based on the color, they also use the color as communication. I think the important thing is to stay connected with customer. To stay connected with the market demand to the situation. And flexible, to adopt new strategies, challenges, opportunities.
We're going to start within 5 minutes.
Jack, we start in 5 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to remind all participants to please proceed to the conference. If we have guests outside, please come over. Welcome to the ASEAN Advanced Automotive Manufacturing Summit. Please accept our warm and welcome and thank you for joining us in this two-day conference organized by Ringer Events, a division of Ringer Trade Media. Ringer Trade Media publishes the International Metal Working News for Asia and Plastics News for Asia, a multimedia platform presented in various channels such as print, online, e-zine, e-newsletters, and a host of other services to promote trade between Asian manufacturers and suppliers with the rest of the world. In this conference, Ringer Events gathers industry experts as resource speakers, these speakers experts in their respective fields, and their presentations will bring invaluable information, improve the production and develop high quality products demanded by the market today. We would like to thank our sponsor for supporting this event, Gmore International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation, Shanghai Hanbang United 3D Tech Corporation, Wuhan Wugong Laser Engineering Corporation, Hurco SE Asia, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation. Our sponsors have their booths outside in designated places, so please don't forget to visit their booths to learn more about their products and services. You can avail about the business matchmaking service located at the business center, our business center ground floor of this hotel, where you can request to have a face-to-face communication with the target partner. Before we start with the conference proper, please join our WhatsApp group. Okay po? For the better on-site communication, you can scan the QR code to do this and drop a line to introduce yourself. You will find the latest updates about the conference from the time to time in this group. I am Abby, and I'll be your host for the next 2 days. To give us the opening remarks, would like to call Ms. Catherine Eladio, Events Manager, Southeast Asia, for the opening remarks. Please give a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of our president, Mike Hay, thank you all for coming and joining us here today. We are pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for some time now, as well as those of you who are new to our conference. Today marks the first day of the ASEAN Advanced Automotive Manufacturing Summit 2023, organized by Ringer Trade Media Limited, and we are very proud to be able to host it here in Pullman Saigon Center with all of you. We are, sorry. Hello, okay. So we are happy to see many representatives from the automotive industry all together in the same room. What happened? Hello. Sorry about that, technical issue. Okay, so I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who so generously helped us to make this event come together smoothly. Our partner associations, Vietnam Association of Mechanical Industry, VAMI, Vietnam Association of Supporting Industries, VASI, and Ho Chi Minh City Association of Mechanical Electrical Enterprise, HAMI. Our business partners, Gmore International Corporation, Yuan CNC Machine Tool Company Limited, Shanghai Hanbang United 3D Tech Company Limited, Wuhan Hugong Laser Engineering Company Limited, Hurco Southeast Asia Pte Limited, and WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Company Limited. We couldn't have done it without you all. The Vietnamese electric vehicle market is full of energy. Although motorcycles are still preferred in this country, the car market has been steadily growing in importance. Automobile manufacturers with operations in Vietnam are looking to expand their factories in the country to combat the high cost of importing parts. The increase in investments from these companies has boosted local production of vehicles and will continue to add to Vietnam's automotive market size in the coming years. We are fortunate to have many experts with us today. Many thanks to them. I encourage our delegates to participate actively in the interesting discussions over the next 2 days. Ask questions not only during the Q&A session, at the coffee and lunch break, and of course, during the networking cocktail party, but also our WhatsApp community. Also, please ensure that you visit all the booths from our sponsors. They have great technologies and solutions to offer. You will find on your conference folder a QR code that will lead you back to a feedback form. Please fill it in. Your comments and suggestions will be very important to us. In the afternoon of the second day, we will visit Isuzu's factory. There will be a free shuttle bus for those who will join, but the factory can only accommodate 30 participants, so please reserve your slot now. At the end of the summit, I'm confident not only because you will have made a lot of new business contacts and friends, but will also take home some inspiring ideas. Finally, who are we? Ringer Events is a division of Ringer Trade Media, publishers of over 20 industry magazines in China and Southeast Asia, including metalworking and plastics news for Asia, as well as hosting over 30 industry conferences in Southeast Asia and China. We are bringing different industries together to share knowledge, network, and do business. By the way, this year also marks the 25th anniversary of Ringer Trade Media. As we celebrate this milestone, we look forward to more enriching conferences organized through the Ringer events. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the next 2 days of learning and networking. And thank you for your participation and have an enjoyable 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine. Before we proceed, please note some reminders to all our guests. First, we would like to request your full cooperation to follow the time schedule. Also, please switch your cell phones into silent mode, but if you need to answer your phone calls, please do so outside the conference venue. For proper identification, don't forget to wear your badge during the 2-day conference. All the meal tickets are attached in your badge for your convenience. You can also check. And then, please don't lose your tickets as well. We'll not reissue tickets for those who lost them. A gentle reminder, not reissue tickets for those who lost them. And then we would like to remind all the participants to join the lucky draw tomorrow during the closing ceremony. To join the raffle, please scan the QR code on the cover of the folder of the conference materials given to you. The bag, the one that we give, there is a QR code. Fill in and show the screenshot to Ringer staff so they can register you for the lucky draw. If you have questions, please approach one of our staff. And now, are you ready? Let's begin. Our first resource speaker. May we call on our opening speech. This topic is all about competition status of smart automobile manufacturing. This association is from Vietnam Association of mechanical industry vary. Our guest speaker, Mr. Win Chi San, Vice President and General Secretary. Please give a round of applause.
I see here because I have
It's here.
Ah.
You just,
okay.
it's here, yeah. You just click
Okay,
here
okay. Thank
to
you very
forward and then back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it's loud enough.
No, it's okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to have the first speech today, and the topic quite dual, very large, and how to say, just let it be later. Maybe first of all, I have to thank the organizer to invite a lot of company from some country like Japan, Taiwan, China, and some other Asian country came here, and we can establish a network to exchange. I saw yesterday night and today many company. It will be the supplier for Vietnamese industry, such as the tool machine, laser cutting machine, and some precise part of machine. They come from Japan. It will be very good for our network. I think the idea of establishing a network through WhatsApp will be keep our in touch. In case we need, we can support each other and do business in the near future. Once again, thank you very much for organizing. My topic today will have four content. The first is future technology of smart automation. Second one is current status of automobile manufacturing in Vietnam. And talking just a little bit about smart factory for smart automobile manufacturing. And the last is a request. As I just talked with Mr. Rocky Chen about EV, and one of trend it cannot it have to happen in the near future is the trend to use the EV, and it will be step by step replace the internal bus engine. Just look at the figure in the screen. We find out that the number of EV have to be shown increase repeatedly in the last couple of years. And as you know, the source from Frost and Sullivan, they forecast that in 2030, the number of EV car is equal and a little bit higher than internal combustion car. I think there are many factors will influence to this forecast. It depends on how technology develop to support for the transition of internal burning and engine machine car to EV, but it will be changed, and it's a forecast from one source. And just look at that figure in the couple of years, say some top country for EV sale in 2021 and 2022. There is some company like China. The number of cars is developed. Just change my. Okay, we can find out that in the first figure, the electric vehicle in area. So in the world, the China is a top for the user of EV car. And after that, Germany, USA, United Kingdom, and we look at the figure in the right-hand side. The change in number of car from year 2021 to 2022, it's in some countries double, and it shows that the trend of transition into EV car is very fast. And one of the factor it can be make the change either the cost of the battery. As you look at the screen, the cost for the EV is down rapidly. And once again, that figure shows that although it's a new market, however, China is getting dominate the work in the EV market. It even in the last quarter of 2022, it's the lead, and 7% higher than Tesla in quantity. And in Vietnam, how much in Vietnam? In Vietnam, also our Prime Minister have a commitment with in COP26. Say it will be have zero net emission in 2025. If that happen, it the change of the user of EV have to be the necessary. And in order to do that, we have to make some milestone, make some roadmap to achieve the target zero net emission by 2050. To me, I think it's not easy, and it takes very lot of action to do it in many areas, from the attention of government to pay for the cost of changing, because that not only the efforts of each family, of each people, it's the force of the government. And here is the Vietnam automobile market. Look at the production in 2022. It's only more than 230,000 cars have to be sold. The total market share is 400,000. and the production in Vietnam is more than 2,000, and the rest is the imported car. And the pharma sale will be 350. So look at that figure. Maybe some supplier in here. We know that the automobile industry in Vietnam will be developed very fast because the population in Vietnam is 1 million $1 million people, but the car sale in 2020 only not less than 500,000. So mean we have a room to develop automobile industry. And when we develop automobile industry, many machines have to be invested, many tool machines will be needed, and we will have a business in Vietnam for people sitting in here. The next, I will talk about some factor influencing to the transition to EV. There are three main factors. The first is the infrastructure. So I just talking with Mr. Rocky. He told me that even in Taiwan, the change to EV is not easy because the charging system, it will cost the family couple of thousand $, and also the maintenance for that system, and also the life of the battery. Say in some countries they try to develop the public charging system, but it never satisfies the needs of the user. I will talk it later. Next to is the commission of radio emission. So for some country, the date for commitment with zero net carbon zero net emission. Say in that country, maybe not 2050, maybe 2060, or maybe later. It will be another reason to change into EV. And the last is here I call supporting industry and government support, but in fact it's the price of the EV car. If the EV car is more cheaper than the internal combustion car, so the EV car will be changed. It will be the people will use the EV car more popular, more. And here is just what I had just talked. CO2 emission factor, the infrastructure element, just talking about changing station, and in that industry factor is the cost of production for car. I just talked before. And here is a very nice figure I take from internet. Say in here, they take the figure of public charging number of EV per public charging station. In that, some country have very good system, but some country is not very good system. And based on that figure, it will make the country will be changed to EV faster or not. But it's a needed, and that public charging system have to be invested by government. So it depends on the country. If the government concentrate on changing into EV, it will be the process of changing into EV will be faster. Otherwise, it will be slow. Here is an idea of a lot of people. It's most family cannot afford for install charging station at home, and the need for a public charging system is very necessary to changing into EV. And here is a impact of production cost. Some people, before even me, I think that EV car may be cheaper than internal it's a car nowadays. However, look at the figure. The EV car is more expensive than internal combustion engine car. Why? Look at some explain in here. They divided the cost into many elements, and they analysis and have draw some statistic figure, and they know that up to now the EV car is more expensive than internal combustion engine car. However, maybe the technology is developed very fast, and the EV car getting cheap and cheaper, and hopefully in the coming year with the development of technology in battery, the battery life will be longer, and the cost of battery will be cheaper, and also technology for the EV car will be developed, and the EV car will be cheaper. It's hopefully in the future, but up to now, the EV car still not very cheap, not cheap as the internal combustion engine car. That's the first trend. I just talking about the trend to change the internal combustion engine car to EV. The second one in smart automobile is the in-car technology. All people here, I think all people at least our own car, and from time to time the car is changing very much. Say maybe if you buy a car 5 years ago and you buy a car today, the technology for control the car is totally different. Nowadays they have with voice control, with driving assistance system, and also not the control of the car, but also the system with the use of the car. Say some company before we just use our car by our own, but nowadays then we can hire a car, and that's technology. And because the technology is changing very fast, so the in-car technology also changing very fast. In here we can see in-car is something like a artificial intelligence with AI technology, and Internet of Things in the car, maybe connect all the car together. So many applications can be developed based on that technology. And also the autonomous vehicle nowadays is not the very far concept. It's it's a coming real in some country. Even in China, they try to use autonomous vehicle in some road. And for the first one, I just talk about the trend of changing car into EV. And the second one is technology inside car is developed very fast. And now I talk in the second content, I talk about the current status of automobile manufacturing in Vietnam. I think it maybe just some people from overseas you need to know that. For the component of the car, we divided into 411 according to the level of difficulty to manufacture. Here we divided into 4 levels. The level 4 is very difficult to manufacture, something like an engine and gearbox. Level 3 is the body of the car and some electronic component. The level 2 is say level 2 and level 3. Level 1 is say some easy thing with plastic component and some bolt, wire, etc. So for the first two, Vietnamese company, a lot of Vietnamese company can manufacture. For level 3, with the body shell, today some Vietnamese company can do jig for body for making body. But for level 4, with engine and gearbox, it's still important. That figure maybe is an interesting figure. So in here, people just make a subsequent figure. With one part, if we import, it's a price of $1.5. If they try to buy locally, it will be 3.8. It may be more than double expensive. The figure is maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So with that figure, we cannot develop car industry manufacturing in Vietnam. So why the cost of the part manufactured locally more expensive than imported? The first thing is when the foreign company order making an order, Vietnamese manufacturer have no experience, and they make the price. The quote price is very expensive. With clarification and due diligence with the customer, and the price down to 2.5, it's still maybe 40% higher than imported part. The reason maybe explained in that screen. First of all, the quantity of car manufactured in Vietnam is a very small scale. So because of small portion, so the price is high. The second reason is almost a raw material we have to import. But I think that the second is not the main reason, but it also impact. The third reason is the technical level is still low. And the last one is we lack management experience. But also we have in the left hand side, people you can see that we also have some disadvantage to overcome that disadvantage. Means we have a high quality and low labor costs. We can improve our logistics, and we with this advantage and disadvantage, we just find how we overcome the difference between price of import and local manufacture. So for the first one, for the production batch, it means that the number of car will be increased from time to time. I think couple of years, the number of car in Vietnam will over 500,000 and getting to be 1 million. In that case, it will be big enough for domestic manufacturer or FDI investor to manufacture or local back of the car. And with more local manufacturer, we will the industry for manufacturing material will be developed, and at that will make the cost for material down. And the last one is we improve production management, and it will all of that will down the cost from $3.8 per bag to 1.5, but means equal to the imported part. However, how long does it take is a question, and I think it depends very much on the government policy and the economic how the economy of Vietnam will be developed and many other factors. And as experts, it may take for 10 years. And that's one thing we just explain more for why when the number of car increase, we will down the price for common part. Something like the deflation will be down, the quantity will be up, the support will be up. So all of that is all of that I talked before. Just here is some slide to make more clear my idea about my explanation. And here's the need of the state have to do. The government have to do 3 things to support for the to make the automobile manufacturing in Vietnam more competitive. Is the first one is have a consistent policy to make the market grow. The second is have a policy from mountain where we have a competitive price for the local manufacturer part. We need a policy to ensure that the existence of CKD vehicle and the policy to localize. And that's some figure about I just talk about some the current status of automobile manufacturing, maybe in compare with Thailand, with Taiwan, with some other country. Maybe the automobile manufacturing in Vietnam still in a very low status, but it also the advantage is a room for our to develop. It's some country develop in high level, it will be not room for develop anymore. The last one, the third one, I talk about the smart factory for smart automobile manufacturing. For smart factory, why we need smart factory? Before we do not need. Look at the two first part of my presentation. The first one is the car technology is changing very fast. With the EV, they use a lot of new technology, and in-car technology also changing very fast and in very high tech. So with the conventional technology, how can our automobile manufacturing industry can catch the trend of manufacturing in the world? And also with some other company in the world, they need to have a very flexible factory, and we can you can call it, name it, is a smart factory to produce car with small quantity, with the changing very fast of the model, of the engine, of the technology in the car, everything. So we need something something like SIM, computer integrated manufacturing, something like that, but in larger scale. That's first thing is the need for smart factory, for smart automobile manufacturing is very necessary. Say we have one corporation to manufacture car in Vietnam called VinFast. Maybe some people in here familiar with that name, brand name. VinFast. They also export some car, EV car to America. And when I visit VinFast, they have it can be called smart factory with 1,000 robots come from ABB and KUKA, and it can be very easy to integrate and change the production line. And what are the smart factory? I think all people here we read a lot in internet, so I don't have to say more about that. Just we use a lot of robot, a lot of a lot of information technology, Internet of Things, robotics, etc. We may image it's a very sophisticated system, and however, for smart factory, some companies they try to invest into smart factory to be smart, but to me, even it's a Vietnamese company, we do not need. We just don't smart enough to make competitive, not just smart for smart. That's what our company, the company in our association have a talk and exchange opinion. And in here is one case study of smart factory for smart automobile manufacturing. We own people familiar with Tesla, and Tesla is a crazy man, right? He make everything very fast with a very competitive price for many areas. However, in here we just talk about the car manufacturing only. Say in his smart factory, he uses EV drive automation. He can cutting production time. In this factory, the production time is very short in comparison with some other company. And the supply is automated and on getting digitalization. It will be the production for tomorrow and will be the sustainable production. I do not talk because of the time. I do not talk more about that. I think all of us just read in the internet about Tesla and crazy man Elon Musk. And so as a request, maybe I have some, to me, it's my idea. I have some conclusion like that. The first one is EV is inevitable global trend. From time to time, it will be changed. The internal combustion engine vehicle will be changed into EV. Still, up to now, still many obstacles. However, with the development of technology, that obstacle will be overcome, and EV or hydro car will be changed. Will be dominate the world. The second idea is the automobile maker market. We need a smart factory. Why is need smart? Because I just said the car changing very fast in engine, in model, in car technology. Before maybe it take 1 or 2 years to change the model, but nowadays if you look at the Korean car or Chinese car, it changes every couple of months. So without smart factory, we cannot manufacture those cars. And the last one is with some suggestion mentioned in the factory, the Vietnamese government need to issue some appropriate policy to make the localization, car localization develop. And here also the comment for people, for some supplier here is when Vietnamese have a policy to localize car components, it will be a great opportunity for to sell our machine, tool machine, like the machine cut, and everything, and even we can invest it, like FDI invested in here to make a local part of the car. I saw a lot of foreign company, they are success in here. They not just manufacture the local part for the local market, but also to export to for the customer in the global trend, and they are very successful. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, hope all of you will have a success business and good house, and hope the conference will be success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wing Chi-san. This will be a chance to ask a question to Mr. Win. Sir, please come over for a minute. Do you have any questions, suggestions, or comments to Mr. Wing Chi-san? Any from our speakers, presenters, and our delegates? Sponsors? Okay. Once again, please give a round of applause, Mr. Wing Chi-san.
No question, right? In case if you have questions, just send to the group in WhatsApp. Okay, I will answer you one by one. Okay.
Thank you, sir. A gentle reminder, my dear delegates, please switch your cell phone into a silent mode or in a vibration mode. Enable not to interrupt other listeners. Please, may we request to please silent your cell phone or into a vibration mode. So if you have an emergency call, please do so outside the conference venue, like that. Please, my dear delegates, thank you. I guess everybody already switched their phone in a vibration mode. Thank you. Okay, our next presenter from e-mobility session, innovation speech by sponsor of GMAR International Corporation. The topic is about high performance non-ISO insert cutting tools for automotive industry. Our guest speaker, Mr. Rocky Chang, CEO of GMAR International Corporation. Please give a round of applause.
Just need to press here to move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Stay.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rocky Chang. I'm the General Manager and CEO of the GMAR International Corporation. It's my honor here to present the subject in the following 25 minutes, so I have to start to count down. As you can see, that every smart manufacturing or all those productions especially for the car components, not about the EV or the internal combustion cars. Everything should start from the cutting. So my presentation is nothing about advanced, but about the basic. Everything should start from the cutting, from the rear cutting. If you don't have the rear cutting, you cannot produce your cars. For example, if there are many of the 3D printing or 3D for the adapt manufacturing, but it's not for the high precision. All of the high precision manufacturing should start from the removing, because from the micro, for example, the most precision cutting is the semiconductor, because they can cut the line in a nanometer. It's not a millimeter. So nothing can be improved if you don't have a real good cutting. So today I'd like to make a presentation about the non-ISO insert, because in the rear cutting there are more and more the products. You have to increase your productivity, and so most of the advanced products of the cuttings is by the ISO insert, like the traditional cutting. And today's presentations will come about our company profile and the importance of the homemaking and the automotive industry. And then a very brief mention about the material for the automotive parts. And then I would like to introduce about how our 99 products on the non-ISO insert can do something for these cuttings. And those products were including the eye center. It's for drilling a center hole. It's a very tiny parts of a shaft. And then talking about the NC helix driller, we use a very small amount of the tools. You can create many dimensions of the holes. And then the last is about the fine boring. You know, many of the components of the gearbox or the car components, you need to make the holes for the bearings. And those are not so accuracy like the H6 or H5, it's just H7. So you don't need to have a very expensive tools. You can have a very economical way to do that. The first, I'd like to introduce about the company GMAR very shortly. because my limit is only one slide. So I just can say it. Jumbo company is founded in 1987, and I'm the founder and I'm also the managing director now. And the business type is import and export of the CNC peripheral equipment and cutting tools. So it means we also import the products from Germany to Taiwan. It means we like to introduce always the most advanced technology for the manufacturing for the metal cutting in Taiwan. Mainly the products come from Germany. And then we also export the Taiwanese products. The brand is 99. It's my partners, and he concentrated on the production, and company Jimmo concentrated on the export. So the main market of those products we export to Europe, to Japan, to USA, and also Southeast of Asia and Australia too. And then another part is about with the left side is the Sloki. It's a product for the torque limited adapters. It's for the cutting tools and also for the medical components, for the car, for the medical, for the bicycle, for the, sometimes it's not a good sign, it's for the weapon assembly. And also for the adjustment of the tools, like the hand tools. And for those of the non-ISO insert, it's a very tricky name, non-ISO. Because we are too small to manufacturing the ISO insert. So we don't manufacturing standard ISO insert. For example, like the Scientific, the ISCAR or Kilometer, they are so big. And if we produce those tools, we cannot compete against them. So we developed a special way to develop some of the special tools in the market, but it's standard on our side. So we concentrate on the sporting, for centering, for countersink, drilling, short and long drills. And also the helical milling, we develop special insert and the holders for making some holes, some dimensions on holes only for the limited numbers of the tools. And also the high-speed boring bar. Just very short information about the aluminum parts. I think because to reducing the weight of the cars, and so the aluminum components are more and more popular in the cars. I think that's a trend in last 20 years or even longer. And some of the other materials will be the steel or high strength steel and the carbon steel. And it's very important if you look at all of those components, every component should make some holes for screw, for bearings, for shaft, or for lubrications. So there are many, 99% of the components have holes. Either the hole is made by drilling, stamping, boring, or whatever. And for the very basic parts like the gear shaft wheels or the cylinder head or for the crankshaft, you also have to drill many of the holes on those components. So we said it's a 99%, and it means almost every part should have holes. And the first, I like to start from the tiny parts of the shaft, because all of the shaft machining, either is a crankshaft or the gear shaft, you have to start to drill a very basic holes for supporting on the machines. For example, it's a crankshaft milling machine or crankshaft turning machine. You have to support the shaft from the both ends. So you have to drill a center hole. It looks very simple because in the past, you can see the left-hand side, you have the high-speed steel center drills. And to drilling the hole for supporting the shaft, like the tailstock and the headstock side. And then these parts for turning, for crankshaft milling or camshaft milling, and also for grinding after heat treatment. But those parts, it's a very small, but it's very easy to use. So it's a tiny parts, but we don't think we cannot always change the tools, just the high-speed steels, because if you change the high-speed steel center drill or solid carbide with the same shape, you cannot fix the length. You always have to set up the tools or the machining process again. So we have to develop a very quick change because we have to, for example, you go to a smart factory, you don't want to reduce any setup time. You don't want to waste the time for setup. You have to reduce the setup time. So you have to keep the same tool length and the constant diameter after change the tools. And you also have various from same holders. For example, if you are manufacturing of the shaft for a truck, normally the numbers of the trucks is not so big as the cars. So you have to change the production line very often. And so you also have to think about how to reduce your setup time. And the last, you have to have a long life. As a human being, every people likes to have a long life. You have a very good medical treatment, and you earn the money, and you will have take your health care. You like to have a long life, and we also have to tour long life. And so when we develop the tours, we was always thinking about the tour life. And something about the basic. Everything have to start from the basic and feel very short. And for the high-speed steer, we have a form for the DIN 332. It's a diameter. It's the form of the center hole. There are many different styles. Either it's A or B or R type. And then many of the international standards like the GIS or the ISO, they also follow these standards. And then this is the hole. And then we have a tools. It's a DIN 333 or similar standardizations. And the basic products are developed, set up in 1960s. It's almost, I don't know, 60 years ago. And in the last times, the material changing, so they change the form from high-speed steel to the solid carbide, so the price get higher. But however, if you change those tools, you also have to set up the tool length again. And here is a very short information about the standards. You can see we have a different form of the hole and also different form of the drills. And to meet these requirements, we designed one holder only, one type of holder and different size, of course. And then we put a screw to fix the tools, to fix this the insert on the holders by one screw and positioning by two radius. As if you are familiar with the fixture design, you can see we cannot overlay them, so we have to fix the insert with only 3 points. We cannot fix more than 3, otherwise it's overdated. And then we also control the tolerance of the CP here. It means the tool length always fixed. And we control the length of the L2. It means if you drill the same depth, you will get the same diameter of the D2. It's very important. It's a very tiny part, but it's your influence of the following production. And to measuring these kind of the dimensions, the traditional way is you put a steel ball, a non-diameter steel ball D on the paper. And then you're measuring the number 1 here. And then you can calculate the diameter of the floor. And maybe it's kind of homework. You can search if you are the designer of the camshaft or the gear shaft, and you have to give a specification of the production to make sure how deep of the hole or how big of the hole should be. The depth is not important, but very important is the dimension D2. And then if you have a tool presented like the troller, you also can measuring and the production length and to drilling a very good way. And so 99 follow the standards, and so we also developed 4 kinds of the shape for the insert. And then by this insert, we can approach the long tool life and less tool change and quick change, because as I have said before, the CT is always fixed. So once you fix on the same machine, you've changed the insert only, you don't need to set up this again. And now here I'd like to show a very small video, and then later I will explain how important of this hold will be. If you have a high-speed steer gear, you will see the depth now is set up fixed. But later, after you change the tools with the high-speed steer gear, it's hard to control the position and also so you will see the result is different. We can keep the same length here, but here it's not easy. You have to always set up the tools again. And why this is so important? It's a very tiny part, but it's very important. It's like the rice, it's very tiny, but it's very important for our life. And for here, if you can fix the diameter of the D2 here, and you put it shut on the grinding machine or the turning machine, especially on the grinding machine. Turning machine is not so important, but after heat treatment, you have to make the grinding. Because, for example, if the grinding wheel is approached from the back to approach the shaft to make a grinding of the face and here. And then normally it's moving by the rapid traverse to approach the tools. If you always fix, and you can fix this position, if the diameter is not fixed, it's too big and it's more close to left. If it's too narrow, then it's more close to right. So you have to keep a safety tolerance like this, maybe 200, no, it's maybe 0.2 millimeter or even longer. And then you save, because for the rapid traverse, it moves fast. But before you touch the workpiece, you have to reduce the speed. And then by the feedback, and then you waste few seconds to approach the grinding parts. And so you waste your grinding time. For example, for grinding a shaft, like a motorcycle, to grinding a camshaft or the crankshaft, if you have 1 million parts per year, you can count. If you every feed rate, you have to reserve 2 seconds for the safety space, and you waste 2 million seconds per page or per year. So we can count how much money. It's very important. It's a tiny part, but it's important. And for our design, we also have a coolant to supply direct to the tips of the insert. So we also increase the tool life 40% compared to the solid carbide. So here is some of the samples we have shown here. It's the gear shaft or some of the motor shaft. And you have to grinding the tapers, grinding the parts, so you have to make sure. And these parts, our experience, this is the customer from Japan, they show us their result. With this gear shaft, our tools is times 10 higher than their tool before. And by another shaft, the tool life also can produce more, 8 times more. So it's a tiny part. I think that it's a very important for the manufacturing because it's always the basic. Now the next tool is about the NC head extruder. It also, when we put one slogan on this tools page, we said head extruder is not a gear because it's by the meaning. And also very short introduction about our design concept, features, specifications shortly, and then how to use, and very short about the applications. If you look at these parts, you can see these components, there are many dimensions of the holes. If you to make many dimensions of the holes, you should have many of the drills or the tools or the mini cutters to help you to manufacturing these cars. And so you can imagine how many tools you need to, for example, like a mold. And the second problems we have met from our customer side is that by the regular milling, the cutting chips is big. And for the vertical machine, it's not easy to remove from, not easy to be evacuated from the components. So we have to make the cutting chips smaller. And for the drilling operation, the cutting chips is longer, either by the short hole drill, also big space and big pieces. And so we have to make the cutting chips also become smaller. So our target is not 100% replace this kind of the U drills or fixed diameter drills. But we can replace for the production of the components. In the same components, you have many of the dimensions of the holes to produce. If you have one hose to manufacturing thousands, the same size per day, and we also recommend you to use the traditional U drills or the short hole drills. But if you have to produce the same dimensions in the same components, different dimension of the same components, and then we recommend you to use this kind of tool. We have to develop the tools for this. And then for some of the machines in the Asian market, they are small size, small spindle power, and less torque. So we also cannot use a big diameter. For example, if you have a tapping center, if you need to drill a 30-millimeter hole, you cannot drill in one operation. You have to have two tools. So that's the concept that we start. So we design this kind of tools. This is to make a hole by the ramping. I think the ramping operation is very popular in the market. You can use regular milling cutters to produce a hole or pocket. I think that's many of these products in the market. And 99 design is with a narrow space between the two inserts. So we can have a higher ramping angle. Then we can increasing the feed rate to make a holes. And this is the very typical applications for the 3-axis machine. We make a helical interpolation, and so we make drill a hole like this. I think that's most of the CAD system all by the engineers. If you know how to write the program manually, or you also can make this program to make it a hole like this. And so by the different diameter of the radius, you can, by the different value of the radius, you can produce the different diameter of the holes. So here you can say we have a 6 size of the tools, and you can covering the diameter from the 13 to the 65, or even bigger. If you make one more operation, you can make this holes bigger. And so by the spatial geometry of the insert, you can see here we have a threaded insert, threaded size cutting edge. So we spread up the cutting chips, and by only 2 grade of the insert, and we can cut so many different materials of the metal material. For example, we can cut the alloy steel. We also can cut the copper. We can cut the titanium. We can cut the stainless steel. We can aluminum, and also inconel. So here you can see we just have a limited of the insert size of the insert. So you save a cost for the stock of the insert. And so by the different radius of the interpolation, and you can cut this, for example, this step hole. You can cut the A and B, and that just depends on the radius here. It's a radius I is 6.75. You cut the diameter of the 53.5. And then if you have reduced the radius, you can cut 45. So it's very easy to get this kind of the product. And I think that's for example, in the hydraulic valves, In the hydraulic blocks, you need to have many of the kind of the step holes. In the past, we always have to order different kind of diameter of the drills, and then we use different kind of boring bars to reach different diameter of these hydraulic pockets. So by these tools, we can reduce the number of the tools. And so this is the last about the casting parts. And for the casting components, if you look at the drawing, there are many of the H7 holes. For making the H7 holes, we also develop a boring bar, very easy boring bar. And the adjustment way is by eccentric components. It means the moving of the insert of the brake is outside of the turnings of the rotating center of the tools. So it means here is outside, but so it means at this part, when the cutting edge fixed on this side, is the minimum diameter. Here is the median, and that's the maximum diameter. And we set up in between. And so we can adjust just by the rotating of the parts, and then we can get a different diameter. And our competition is like this kind of boring, 5 boring head. This 5 boring head, you also have different kind of boring bar, but they cannot run at a high speed because every boring head has, for the different dimensions, they have a different weight, different size of the boring bar, and they are all different weight. And so on the same holders, they should lose the balance. So by the 99 design, we make all of the boring bar in between our dimensions. It's between 10 to between 5 to 50 millimeters. We always keep a similar weight. It's about 420 grams on the boring head side. So we can keep a balanced. So we keep the high balance grade. It means we can run high speed. And here is our basic grade. It's a G6.3 at the 10,000 RPM. And by the higher speed, you can have a higher cutting speed, higher feed rate. So you reduce your cutting time. And you also increase your roughness of the surface of the boring. This is a very short information about this boring part. We use a very simple boring cycle. It's a G85, and then we can machine the holes. You save also the cutting time. And this concept is to use for cutting the aluminum. It's not for the steel. And for the aluminum parts, and you can save the cutting times very short. And because of the time limit, I cannot explain 2 more details. So if you like to know about the more details of our products, you can come to our booth to see our samples on the booth. And also if you have a time, you can visit our website to see more. And thank you for your attention for the last almost 30 minutes. And then also I wish every people have a success for visiting in this events. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions, suggestions, or comments to Mr. Rocky Chan, to our sponsors, to our guests? Yes, our delegates. Mr. Okay, please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm Yasuo Shimokura from Nissan Vietnam.
Yes.
Some technical details I couldn't understand, but I'd like to know, compared with a conventional producer, in general, how much cost reduction?
Well, what is which tools?
In general.
In general. For example, these tools I compare to, because there are some tools, I just compare to the last one. It's about the traditional boring. For example, like these parts.
So I think very big for a traditional producer making similar product.
Yes,
And I think you have an advantage in price.
yes.
So in general,
It's about 1/3 or even
one
more.
third.
Yeah. Compared to the maybe I can mention the name of the product. The company is a big Daishowa. They have a very high precision of the boring head like this. But as we have tested, they cannot running as high as we can because the boring head is heavy and then depends on the different diameter of the boring bar. You cannot run much fast. So in Asian market, we are quite successful in these tools. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. I ask this question because, of course, the product accuracy is important, but to compete the Asian market, the price is much more important recently. So I think this is very important.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody? Anyone? Okay. I guess this is our last question, sir. Please give again a round of applause, Mr. Rocky Chang, CEO of Jimor International Corporation.
Thank you.
On that note, my dear delegates, we will have a short break. We will resume with the rest of the presentation. We have a coffee and all the refreshments are being served outside. You may now take your break. Please come in our exact time, 11 a.m. You may now go outside for our coffee break. Thank you. Once again, we thank you to our business partner sponsors, Jimor International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tools Corporation Limited, Shanghai Hanbaki United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Guangdong Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Turco Southeast Asia Company Limited, WSS Precision Tools Corporation Limited.
Please strictly control supply chain.
Please visit our business partner sponsor, Jimor International Corporation, Yuhua CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Hanbaki United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Guangdong Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Turco Southeast Asia Private Limited, and WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited. Thank you.
We guarantee high quality, high precision parts. We achieve high quality by 190 plus process tests and 30 plus pre-delivery inspections. Each idea is meticulously planned. Each part is carefully prepared. By combining technology and intelligence, forging the future-proof factory. With cutting-edge application technologies, our products are serving aerospace, energy, motors, automotive, medical, education, and scientific research, aiming to create maximum value for users and partners. We developed a control system to provide micron-level calibration accuracy in order to ensure high-precision printing over the long term. Our technological accumulations are in continuous innovation and development. Our rooted industry is backed by more than 100 patents. We are the market leader with a global footprint. Our ability to shape quality is through talent and excellent teams. We care most for the technology and service quality. We are HPD. Make the future happen. Those saying impossible are just saying no to greatness. HPD, as an additive manufacturing machine developer and solution provider, is continually digging into techniques, breaking boundaries, and exploring new areas. We create solutions with wisdom. We innovate beyond goals. We guarantee high efficiency. From nothing to everything. From simple to complex. Each detail matters. We strictly control the supply chain management. We follow the detection process at every stage in each step. We ensure optimizing machine performance. With our application processing and inspection centers, we offer customers in-depth cooperation customization. During the digitization process, we open the smart manufacturing chapter. In an automated production line, we infuse the machines with our tools. Ensure all production details are managed in compliance with standard systems. Working with the leading global suppliers, we guarantee high quality, high precision parts. We achieve high quality by 190 plus process tests and 30 plus pre-delivery inspections. Each idea is meticulously planned. Each part is carefully prepared. By combining technology and intelligence, forging the future-proof factory. With cutting-edge application technologies, our products are serving aerospace, energy, automotive, medical, education, and scientific research, aiming to create maximum value for users and partners. We developed a control system to provide micron-level calibration accuracy in order to ensure high precision printing over the long term. Our technological accumulations are in continuous innovation and development. Our rooted industry is backed by more than 100 patents. We are the market leader for the global footprint. Our ability to shape quality is through talent and excellent teams. We care most for technology and service. We are HPD. Make the future happen. Those saying impossible are just saying no to greatness. HPD, as an additive manufacturing machine developer and solution provider, is continually digging into techniques, breaking boundaries, and exploring new areas. We create solutions with wisdom. We innovate beyond goals. We guarantee high efficiency. From nothing to everything. From simple to complex. Each detail matters. We strictly control the supply chain management. We follow the detection process at every stage in each step. We ensure optimizing machine performance. With our application processing and inspection centers, we offer customers with in-depth cooperation customization. During the digitization process, we open the smart manufacturing chapter. In an automated production line, we infuse the machines with our phones. Ensure all production details are managed in compliance with standard systems. Working with leading global suppliers, we guarantee high quality, high precision parts. We achieve high quality by 190 plus process tests and 30 plus pre-delivery inspections. Each idea is meticulously planned. Each part is carefully prepared. By combining technology and intelligence, forging the future-proof factory. With cutting-edge application technologies, our products are serving aerospace, energy, mobility, automotive, medical, education, and scientific research, aiming to create maximum value for users and partners. We developed a control system to provide micron level calibration accuracy in order to ensure high precision printing over the long term. Our technological accumulations are in continuous evolution. Those saying impossible are just saying no to greatness. HBD, as an additive manufacturing machine developer and solution, is continuing to lead companies, create methods, and experiment with areas. We create solutions. We innovate. We guarantee technology and intelligence, forging future-proof factory. With cutting-edge application technologies, automotives are serving aerospace, energy, mobility, education, scientific research, aiming to create maximum machine components. With our application processing and inspection centers, we offer customers in-depth ensure all production details are managed in compliance with standard systems. Working with leading global suppliers, we guarantee high quality, high precision parts. We achieve high quality by 190 plus process tests and 30 plus pre-delivery inspections. Each idea is meticulously planned. Each part is carefully prepared. Industry is backed by more than 100 patents. We are the market leader with global footprint. Our ability to shape quality is inherent in our success. We care most in technology and service. Process at every stage in each step. We ensure optimizing machine performance. With our application processing and inspection centers, we offer customers in-depth cooperation and customization. During the digitization process, we open a smart manufacturing chapter. In an automated production, we use the machines without parts. Ensure all production details are breaking barriers. That is learning new areas. We create solutions for business. We innovate beyond borders. We guarantee high efficiency. From nothing to everything. From simple to complex. Each detail matters. We strictly control the supply chain management. We monitor the production process and we ensure energy, molds, education, and scientific research, aiming to create maximum value for users and partners. Those saying impossible are just saying no. Greatness. HPD as an additive manufacturing manufacturing solution is continually making advances, breaking barriers, and each idea is meticulously each part is carefully by combining technology and intelligence, merging of the future perfecto. agent. Make the future. In an automated production line, we use the machines with our tools to ensure our production details are managed in compliance with standard systems. Working with leading global suppliers, we guarantee high quality, high precision parts. We achieve process tests and 30 plus delivery inspections. Are in continuous innovation and development. Our rooted industry is backed by more than 100 patents. We are a market leader in our ability to shape quality is the reality. We strictly control the supply chain management. We follow the production process at every stage of each step. We ensure optimizing machine performance. With our application processing and inspection centers, we offer customers in-depth operation optimization. During the digitalization process, we open a smart manufacturing channel. control system to provide hydraulic operation accuracy in order to ensure high precision printing of the future. Continuous innovation. HPD, as an additive manufacturing machine developer and solution, is continually digging into techniques, breaking boundaries, and exploring new areas. We create solutions with wisdom. We innovate beyond goals. We guarantee high efficiency. Nothing zero. From simple to complex. Each detail matters. We quickly with cutting-edge application technologies, automobiles are serving aerospace, energy,
Our dear delegates, please, to proceed to the conference room so we can start the program. Thank you. Test. Test my test. Test my test. Test. Let's proceed with the rest of the presentation. Just to remind everyone to please switch off or turn your phone in a silent mode or vibration mode. As we proceed with the presentation, if you have an emergency call, please, you may go outside for the emergency purposes. Thank you. Our next expert is keynote speech. VASI's Lean Transformation Network Initiative, a breakthrough in operational excellence for supply chain integration. Vietnam Association for Supporting Industries, or VASI, our guest speaker, Mr. Phan Minh Tan, the Vice President of VASI. Please give a round of applause.
Just need to click this one for forward. But you have to step.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's a time to Jingles for giving us an opportunity to present today on the topic. And thank you for bringing this event to Vietnam. I think with all the participants from sponsors and others delegates, is I think the information from the event would have a significant contribution to development of the manufacturing sector in general, and for our supporting industries in specific. In the morning, we got a presentation from Dr. Sang on the future of the EV and smart automobile, and then a very impressive presentation from Rocky Chan from Zimor. I think apart from all the technical details, I was very impressed with the address on the issues of cost optimization and how to reduce manufacturing costs to boost the competitiveness of the manufacturing enterprises here in Vietnam. And I think thank you for those mentioned, and that would create a perfect backdrop for my presentation on the VASI's Lean Transformation Initiative. Just a very quick introduction. This is me, apart from looking with the suit, that very rarely you see me in suit. I'm a runner and I like trail running. So maybe in Sapa this year we may run into one another there. I got my degree from MIT in Australia, and then I got my MBA from EPI in Belgium. And currently, I'm working as the vice president of Basi in charge of consulting and training division. And on the other hand, I work with P&Q Solution as a founder and CEO. We work in training currency in lean transformation related to lean transformation and digital transformation. A few words about VASI. VASI is the Vietnam Supporting Industry Association. Basically, now we have about 240 plus full members companies and about 200 plus associate members. So you look at the data, it's quite a small portion of the supporting enterprises in Vietnam, and hopefully in the next few years we would expand our base to serve better other manufacturing for the parts. And in those we may have the automotive and others like home appliances, electrical, and other things. Basically, if you look at the manufacturing landscape in Vietnam, if you look for any particular part, anything from metals to rubbers to plastic, you come to VASI, and we always have our members that work specifically in those areas. And when we look at the situation of the supply chain in Vietnam and in the region in general, there's a context to that pose more challenges for companies, especially for the SME, to compete. And I'm very pleased that today and tomorrow during the event we would have lots of presentation on the solution and on the service, machine and tooling that will help the company to optimize the operation and to minimize the cost. For our study with World Bank in the supply development program running from 2018 to 2021, we have worked with the buyers and other supply chain leaders to just sum up a few important requirements from them. The very first is about the requirement for the good quality and right the first time, especially when people when manufacturing moving from other industry to automotive, and later on some of our members already go into aerospace. The requirement for quality is much higher. So that will be a very big challenge to us. And the other things is about the just-in-time delivery. And now we talk more about just-in-time even after the logistic burden with the COVID-19. The trend for optimization of the delivery is still very strong. And every supply chain try to reduce and remove the need for inventories. So it requires our company members to be able to deliver to that clients in the very short notice and very frequent. And the other things that we already mentioned is about cost competitiveness. When you look at the localization, in some of the parts, if the buyer is coming to Vietnam just to diversify from China, for example, then we have something like 20 to 30% plus higher in manufacturing here, so it's very difficult to compete. Even the buyers have the intention to localize the part in Vietnam, but due to the competitiveness of the manufacturing costs and the movement has been slowed down and been limited. And in some situations, the intention is very, very good and positive, but the realization is very slow. The other thing related to just-in-time is about the flexibilities, because we have a very quick changing environment. Even the manufacturer, the end buyers, you now every day faced with very much uncertainty in their own selling and manufacturing. So that require our members to have a manufacturing system that is very flexible to meet with the changes in a very short notice. And that is a very important aspect. And today, Dr. Sang talk about how smart is smart. Because when you talk about the technologies, the sort of thing, we have a quite wide spectrum from the one end to the other. So selecting the right technologies for the manufacturing, for the design development, and for the products is very important, because if otherwise we go too fast, then the investment will be too high for the company, especially for the SME in Vietnam. So it's very important for company, our member, to select the right technologies and right products just to meet the customer requirement, but not going too far ahead, because otherwise it could be a burden and a waste in investment. And finally, it's about the expectation from customer for total satisfaction. It's not just about the product; it's also about the service. It's about the system and how the supply chain is connected and interact effectively and efficiently. And to that backdrop, VASI, we started an initiative we call the Lean Transformation Network. Why we did that? Because when we look at the situation in 2020 and before that, we see that most of our members already started a number of efforts trying to optimize operation, to improve the quality and optimizing the cost to be able to meet the customer requirements. But those activities has been separated, has been localized in one company, and what we have the situation of company trying to reinventing the wheel, because some of the initiative already implemented effectively in one company, but the other company tried to invest in that and to work from the beginning of the cycle, try to improve it. So when we look at that, the resource that we put it in the whole system of devices members is too large, too big. So even the improvement is not very efficient. So we try to make the improvement process for our members company to be more efficient in that aspect. And that is the reason why we kick off the initiative in June last year. And you may see here a picture taken with the founding members of the network. We started with 5 manufacturing members in metal processing and in plastic part manufacturing. To lead the initiative, we work on the basis of the lean principle, 5 lean principle that developed by the American group of economists and researchers led by James Womack, and you may already familiar with the lean thinking concept and lean thinking approach and book by James Womack and Associate. So we use the 5 principles of lean thinking proposed by James Womack and Associate to use as a framework for optimizing the manufacturing operation. We look at the first principle of focusing on the value that customer place on the products. We try to minimize all the waste, and we develop a very lean value stream for manufacturing products. The second principle, and we look at how to create a continuous value flow in a factory and reduce all the interruption and unnecessary stoppage. And then we use the fourth principle of pool manufacturing to minimize the inventories and overproduction, to make the manufacturing more flexible and be able to meet the customer requirements in shorter lead time with the greater flexibilities. And then the final principles is about continuous improvement. We try to improve those private for performance aspects through the time. And to lead this effort, we select the lean transformation framework developed by John Shook, the first non-Japanese managers work in Toyota head office in Japan. At the time when John Shook developed the model here, he was the chairman of the LEI, the Lean Enterprise Institute in the United States. At the time, when he developed this model, what happens is after about 15 years, they work with the lean manufacturing that previously known as the TPS, Toyota Production System. From the start of the machine that changed the world, written by Jim Gomack and Tim Jones, many American companies tried to move forward with the lean, but not successful. So at the time, the LEI thought that they need a model to lead the transformation process for the company. And they developed that and they tried that in United States and other areas of the globe and proven to be successful. So we use it framework to lead our effort. For structure, we set out a network. We started with 5 members, what we call founding members company. Now we have more members joining us, but we still keep those initial 5 companies as that's those founding members. So we have our members. Their work is to develop their transformation plan for the medium term and implement it and work with our coach and advisors to realize the process. And then we have a group of advisors coming from VASI, and one of VASI partners is P&Q Solution to lead and to support the members of the network to develop the plan and to make sure that they go according to the plan. And if they go off the track, and then help them to solve the problem and get back to the track of transformation. And then we have the coordinating team that include a few people from the VASI's office and some of the employees, some of the consultants in from P&Q Solution. And for VASI and P&Q Solution, the network is sponsored by VASI and run by P&Q Solution. From our point of view, we look at the network as a what we call a research lab. We want to develop and test it, the lean initiative, and then we would standardize it, and then we would pass it on to other members. So we try to use the network as a lab to develop the measures, the methods, the best practices before we can communicate it and share it to other members company. What we do in the network, basically, the activities include the monthly working visits from our advisors to members company to look at how the plan is set up and how the plan is implemented, how the lean transformation project is planned and carried out, and how the team members been working together and developed together. And then members company doing their identify and implement the lean transformation project. We have normally we have lean transformation roadmap for about 3 to 5 years, and those roadmap would be realized through the lean improvement project that run for 3 to 5 months a project. Then we have the monthly meetings of the network just to share the result and the experience that they have. And we provide the workshop and training needed to support the team from our members of the network to overcome the obstacles that they come across during implementation process. And from now and then, every 2 or 3 months, we would organize a factory tour, what we call a lean factory tour to member company and other company out of the network, like to TMV, to the Automotive Vietnam, and others of the TMV or Honda suppliers. We have annual summit for the Lean Transformation Network organized in December. And going along with the summit, we held a competition, a contest for the team to present the Lean Improvement Project report. So those basically the activities that we work, and so far we believe that it's been a very effective initiative to promote the lean transformation, to get more engagement from the all levels of the company that involved in the project. And we got quite a very positive interest from other members of VASI. And just a quick look at how we go through the process. This is the first picture that we take in the kicking off of the initiative, 15th of June last year. And after that, then we started kicking off the project in our members, the founding members company. And we send our consultant to work with the team to plan for the long-term roadmap and to identify a particular transformation project and to lead them through the implementation phase. For our members that participate in this program, they not only improve the efficiency, but it's also an opportunity for them to improve the capabilities and how to work as a team, to improve as a team. So we have the Obaya room for each company and each of the areas that actually implement the Lean Transformation project. And we have the monthly review meeting that rotating interns at different factories. So we have the meeting this month at one company and next month at the other company. So that company can come and visit one another and share the experience on the shop floor and also for the management system. This is the photo taken from the Lean Transformation Summit last year in December last year in Hanoi. We invited and we have participants from over 60 companies that joined our event, the one-day event there in Hanoi. And we have some of the guests from the end customer, FDI, the big FDI in Vietnam, like Honda, like to TMV, like Sumitomo Heavy Industry that attended the program. And members companies send the team to the summit to present their report on improvement project. They compete for the first, second, and the third prize. And a quick look at the results that we have in Lean Transformation. As you know, that apart from the efficiency result that we aim to achieve, this is very important to come back to the very core concept of Lean is about development of people. So through the first round of improvement to the April this year, among the 5 member company, we already have selected and developed, and we have almost 100 members of the transformation team. They've been trained and coached on the lean transformation tools and methodologies and approach and framework. and they actually work on the identification, planning, and execution of the lean transformation projects. And for one lean transformation project is divided into smaller project teams, and we started to get the what we call the F2 people on board of the improvement effort. So to April this year, we have about 130 members of the five founding members company that participating actively in the improvement project, and they learn and they share during that. Related to the improvement project and improvement initiatives. So far, for 10 months, we already started and working on and completed 44 lean transformation projects. So we have about 27 projects completed and about 17 projects ongoing. For smaller projects, we already have 165 projects already completed or ongoing at the different levels of the company. So that is a very, I think it's a very positive and promising result. Related to in terms of the cost effectiveness and competitive, we overall in a 10 fund, we got the saving in a 5-member company about 5.6 billion Vietnam dong, that calculated on the basis of 12-year operation. And the potential saving for the ongoing project at the time of April this year was about 5 billion Vietnam dong. And just for you to easy to understand, for certain project, we were able to reduce the manufacturing cost by 15 to 17%. So 15 to 17%. So that is very significant when you look at the margin in the supporting industry manufacturing, because typical margin for supporting industries is about 4 to 7% in profit. And when they can reduce the manufacturing cost by 15 to 70%, that create huge room for enhancing the competitive in bidding and be able to offer back to their customer the discount in the unit price for the part that they manufacturing. And going into detail, just a quick information on one of the projects that we completed. This project worked with a metal processing company, and in the workshop that involved stamping, welding, and bending of the materials. First here we look at the improvement in first part rate. Before improvement, the first part rate for the line was 72%, and after 5 months of improvement, the team was able to improve the first part rate to 99%. So I think this is very important because, as I mentioned before, the very first requirement for our customer is about the reliabilities of quality performance, to make sure that they have the right quality, and the right qualities will be produced in the first time for the first batch. Related to efficiency of the machine, and I think there's lots of CNC providers here today. In our members' factories, for the multi-process line, the efficiencies is normally quite low, and for the CNC operations, when they arrange the machine and the station into a continuous line, then the efficiency is also very low. And I'm very impressed with the with the effort from Zimor today, Rocky present about how they developed the cutting tool that would help the company to shorter the setup time, because setup time is one of the very big obstacles in increasing the machine efficiency in our members company operation. They was able to increase the efficiency the machine, the OEE, from around 30% to 87% for the continuous line of 15 working stations. When you look at the efficiency, it is important to look at how long is the line, because the longer the line, as the more challenging it is for them to design the continuous line with the high performance. We look at the labor efficiency. Dr. Sang today in the morning mentioned about the competitiveness of the market in Vietnam, and one of the issues he mentioned is about the low labor cost. But we don't believe that would stand very long in the future, because the labor wage is increased every year. So the labor cost is actually at the end it very much depends on the labor productivity. When we look at the true labor efficiency, when we talk about true labor efficiency, we look at the line balancing, and we look at the ratio of the competition of the cycle time, the design. So when we talk about true labor efficiency, it's a very challenging metric for the manufacturing company to achieve. So for this line, the improvement has helped them to increase the true labor efficiency from around what we have here, about 30% to 80%. So the 80% plus for true labor efficiency is very high, because normally when we have a manufacturing line, we will have the line balancing metrics is about 90% to 95% is very high, and then the ability to complete the production schedule within the design cycle time normally about 90 to 95%. So you multiply those two indicators, then you would have something like 81%. So it's for the 80 plus, the true labor efficiency is very, very, very challenging. And in terms of financial performance, for this manufacturing line, after the 5 months of improvement, they were able to reduce the financial loss from 5.7 billion Vietnam dong a year to around 4 billion. So they were able to reduce about 1.7 billion Vietnam dong per year in loss for this line. And for more information for you to calculate and to imagine, the line required 42 people operate before improvement, and after improvement is only required 27 people to operate. So in metal processing in Vietnam now, typical productivity is about 700 million Vietnam dong per person per year. So when you look at the line of 30 people, then the revenue for the line for the year would be around something like 20 billion. So for the revenue of 20 billion plus, they were able to reduce 1.7 billion per year. This is extremely effective in terms of financial performance of the project. So from those initial results, we believe that the way that the network was designed and operates has a multiplying effect in terms of the improvement results for the company. So instead of one company working separately and singly within their factory. Now we have the different team working together in improvement, and they will be able to share, be able to learn together. We don't need to try to reinventing the wheel in terms of transformation and improvement, so that we help our members to increase their competitiveness, and of course, together with all the other solutions and services and tools that delegate here bring today and introduce to our manufacturing members, we believe that the competitiveness of our members in the near future would significantly increase. So from here, looking forward, what we want to do, we would like to expand the network and to have more of the members companies joining the network, and to share the experience to others companies that are not joining the network. So when we look back, we see that what is the key element to the success of this initiative. So we see that there's three key elements. The first is the abilities of the company to improve together as a network. This is very important, because when the company will open to sharing on what they're doing, how they're doing, what result they achieved, and that you promote engagement. And we got the positive competition amongst the members company. And the second aspect is ability to learn together. This is very important, because in Vietnam we have a saying that if you learn from teacher, it's not as good as you learn from your friends. So when we have the association members, so learning together is actually learning from friends. When they hire a consultant or a coach or a trainer, then actually they're learning from outside, they're learning from a teacher. So learning from one another is a very effective way in the association initiative and environment. And then the third issue we look at is about the development together, because when they are able to work together to improve and work together to learn, then they will be able to develop together, develop their company's capabilities and develop the capability of the people. And it's very delightful when you come back to the company and you see that people have been developed and the way they look at things differently. They change the mindset and the approach to the problem they face with every day, and the way they work with their customer. And the results we have, this so far, as I said, is quite promising. We got a breakthrough in performance. And normally we talk about QCD improvement, we talk about a few percent. But for the network, we believe that if we continue to work in this way, we can achieve two-digit numbers improvement per year. So it's about 10 plus in terms of cost, in terms of deliveries, and in terms of quality performance for our members. And the second is about developing the capability. The customer coming back to the company and see the shop floor is changing. When they talk to people, they see that the attitude and the approach is changing. When they look at the performance, is changed. When they look at the costing of the quotation, you see the changes. They see the changes. And when they look at the management system structure and how the system operates, they see the positive changes. So this is very positive to see all these changes in developing the capability of our members. And the best and the most important we see so far is how people look at the situation in the supply chain, how they look at the obstacles, and they see the obstacle as an opportunity for improvement and opportunity to develop and opportunity to learn. So we believe that with all that passion that we have and the attitude that we approach, the initiative will have a very good potential to go forward. And we also believe that when we are able to promote the initiative and together with all the support from you here, from our members, from other delegates, from the solution, tooling, and machine providers, we would work toward a better performance versus members, and we will be able to see a much better position in terms of competitiveness in the supply chain for our members. So with that, again, thanks Insurance for giving us the opportunities, and thank you all for your attention. And we hope to see you along the way and the journey that we develop our members company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fan Minh Tan. Due to our tight schedule, we're going to proceed in our next presenter. Our next technical presentation topic will be how to enhance vehicle life cycle in line with electrification and digitalization to transform Vietnam into complete automotive manufacturing hub. Our next speaker, Mr. Tam Wing Kian, Chief Engineer, ABB. Please give a round of applause.
Because the camera. So then you press forward.
Đầu tiên tôi xin được kính chào các vị đại biểu cũng như các khách mời đang tham dự hội nghị ngày hôm nay. Tôi xin tự giới thiệu, tôi là Nguyễn Tiến Tâm, hiện đang là kỹ sư trưởng của ngành ô tô và công nghiệp chung ban robot công ty AB Việt Nam. Không nằm ngoài cái xu thế dịch chuyển từ xe xăng sang xe điện, AB đã phát triển rất là nhiều các sản phẩm cũng như là giải pháp cho cái ngành xe điện. Thì hôm nay tôi xin được phép chia sẻ những cái giải pháp về sản xuất xe điện của AEB. Về nội dung, đầu tiên chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau xem qua về cái thị trường xe điện. Tiếp theo là tổng quan về cái năng lực của AEB trong lĩnh vực này. Cuối cùng là các giải pháp của AEB cho việc sản xuất xe điện. Đầu tiên thì chúng ta hãy nói một chút về cái xu hướng của thị trường. Sẽ là không có cái bất ngờ nếu như tôi nói rằng là cái thế giới đang ngập tràn xe điện, và khi chúng ta nhìn vào cái số liệu sản xuất xe toàn cầu được AEB thu thập từ các nguồn khác nhau, chúng ta sẽ thấy được sự chuyển đổi đang diễn ra. Theo số liệu từ IHS, vào năm 2029 thì trong tổng số xe bán ra sẽ có 39,5% là xe chạy bằng điện hoàn toàn và 6,1% là xe hybrid. Và dự đoán doanh số xe điện sẽ vượt qua xe không phải là xe điện vào năm 2035, tức là sẽ trong các xe bán ra sẽ có hơn 50% là xe điện. Ở ảnh bên trái, tương tự như sơ đồ của IHS, thì chúng ta sẽ thấy được cái sự tăng trưởng của xe điện từ năm 2013 đến năm 2022. Nếu xét theo khu vực thì Trung Quốc đang đi trước toàn thế giới về xe điện. Trong năm 2022 thì số lượng xe điện bán ra đang là hơn 6 triệu xe, tăng 82% so với năm 2021. Và hãng xe điện BYD của Trung Quốc thì đang là số 1 thế giới về số lượng xe điện bán ra, hơn 8,1 triệu xe năm 2020. Tesla thì đang đứng số 2. Các khoản đầu tư được công bố của các nhà sản xuất ô tô cho đến năm 2040 đang là lớn hơn 500 tỷ đô. Số liệu năm 2021, trong đó xe xăng thì đang tổng số đầu tư đang là 440 tỷ đô và xe điện là hơn 100 tỷ đô. Với xe xăng thì Volkswagen đang là đầu tư nhiều nhất với 86 tỷ đô. Skoda thuộc tập đoàn Volkswagen cũng đang đầu tư một nhà máy lắp ráp ô tô tại Quảng Ninh. Tesla thì đang đầu tư lớn nhất trong mảng xe điện với hơn 99 tỷ đô. Liên quan đến thị trường ở Việt Nam thì BYD đang có kế hoạch lắp ráp xe điện tại Việt Nam ở Việt Trì. có Skoda cũng sẽ có kế hoạch lắp ráp xe điện tại Việt Nam từ năm 2025. Trên đây là cái sự chuyển dịch trong cái ngành ô tô mà nó đang diễn ra. Thì AB muốn giữ một cái vai trò rất là quan trọng trong cái cuộc chơi này. Vậy vậy cái việc chuyển đổi từ xe xăng sang xe điện nó sẽ ảnh hưởng như thế nào đến cái việc sản xuất xe? Xe xăng và xe điện thì nhìn bề ngoài thì sẽ rất là giống nhau. Tuy nhiên thì cái việc sản xuất thực tế lại sẽ khác nhau khá là nhiều. Đây là cái sơ đồ về quy trình sản xuất của một chiếc xe điện. Chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy trên sơ đồ biểu thị các cái màu sắc khác nhau của từng cái quá trình tương ứng với sự thay đổi hoặc là khi không thay đổi. Thay đổi và khi không thay đổi khi mà sản xuất xe điện. Xe xăng thì sẽ đặc trưng bởi cái khối động cơ. Khi sản xuất xe điện cái quy trình mà liên quan đến cái khối động cơ này sẽ bị loại bỏ. Xe điện thì sẽ đặc trưng bởi các thành phần là pin và motor điện. Đầu tiên là về pin. Pin của xe điện thì sẽ được ghép từ những cái viên pin rất là nhỏ. Những viên pin này sẽ ghép thành các cell pin. Nhiều cell pin thì sẽ ghép thành các cái module pin. Các module pin thì lại ghép với nhau thành các cái pack pin. Các pack pin này thì sẽ được đặt trong cái cụm mà sẽ gọi là cụm chai pin hay còn gọi là housing. Với động cơ điện thì chúng ta sẽ có các cái quá trình về lắp ráp giữa rotor và stator. Ở đây màu hồng thì nó sẽ thể hiện cho các cái công đoạn nó sẽ bị thay đổi khi mà chúng ta chuyển từ xe xăng từ xe xăng sang xe điện. Khác với cái xe thông thường, xe xăng thì cái bộ pin của xe điện có khối lượng rất là nặng. Điều này nó dẫn đến là việc tăng cái khối lượng của toàn bộ cái xe điện lên. Vì thế thì nó sẽ có cái nhu cầu phải làm giảm cái khối lượng của xe điện để mà tăng được cái khoảng cách di chuyển sau mỗi lần sạc. Vì vậy thì nhôm sẽ dần được sử dụng thay cho thép trong cái ngành ô tô. Khi mà mình thay từ nhôm sang thay cho thép thì nó sẽ dẫn đến là việc yêu cầu thay đổi một số cái công nghệ liên quan đến sản xuất thân vỏ, ví dụ như là về dập tấm nhôm, đúc nhôm hoặc là hàn nhôm. Đặc biệt là cấu trúc của xe điện sẽ khác với cấu trúc của xe xăng với khối pin được đặt ở dưới gầm xe. Vì vậy nó sẽ thay đổi một số cái quy trình liên quan đến việc lắp ráp xe. Để giải quyết các bài toán phát sinh mà khi ta chuyển đổi từ xe điện để chuyển đổi từ xe xăng sang xe điện thì AB đã có cái danh mục sản phẩm dẫn đầu về công nghệ. AB có phần mềm Rostro chuyên cho mô phỏng trong kỹ thuật. AB có những cái kiến thức về ngành và về quy trình. Thì ba yếu tố trên nó kết hợp lại để tạo ra những cái bộ giải pháp cho việc sản xuất xe điện của AB. Thì chúng ta hãy cùng xem robot AB hoạt động tại nhà máy sản xuất xe điện của BAIC.
Is there any sound?
Tại Việt Nam thì VinFast hiện đang là cái nhà sản xuất xe điện rất hiện nay. Tại VinFast thì robot AV có hơn 1.500 robot, chiếm khoảng 90% cái tổng số robot tại đây. Robot AV thì được sử dụng tại hầu hết các cái công đoạn sản xuất xe, từ sản xuất phụ trợ đến các cái công đoạn quan trọng như là dập hoặc sản xuất thân vỏ. Tiếp theo chúng ta sẽ cùng đi đến những cái giải pháp của AV trong cái việc sản xuất xe điện. Quay trở lại cái công đoạn mà phát sinh khi sản xuất xe điện, thì đây là một số cái giải pháp cho công đoạn này. Về pin thì AV có các giải pháp liên quan đến lắp ráp các sau pin, module pin, như back pin, có giải pháp chế tạo các cái chay để chứa pin. Về động cơ điện thì chúng tôi có những giải pháp liên quan đến chế tạo rotor, stator, như là lắp ráp rotor và stator thành một cái bộ sản phẩm động cơ điện hoàn chỉnh. AV cũng có những cái giải pháp liên quan đến việc sản xuất cái viên pin. Đây những viên pin gọi là có thể coi là nó tế bào của một cái bộ pin xe điện. Thì AV có cái giải pháp để sản xuất pin với tốc độ rất là cao, đó là robot kết hợp với lại với cái công nghệ vận chuyển linh hoạt của BNA. Cụ thể đây đó là cái công nghệ về băng tải từ. Sản lượng thì rất là cao với 45 triệu đơn vị trên một năm, và sản phẩm được chế tạo với độ chính xác rất là cao với dung sai là cộng trừ 10 micromet. Thì hệ thống này đã được lắp đặt ở các nhà máy ở Anh và Mỹ. Về giải pháp lắp ráp pin thì AV cũng có những cái giải pháp mà đã được đóng gói thành những giải pháp tiêu chuẩn. Từ đó nó dễ dàng trong cái việc mở rộng, như giảm thời gian giao hàng. Cái dự án về lắp ráp cái pin này thì đã được lắp đặt ở Mỹ, ở châu Âu và Trung Quốc. Tiếp theo chúng ta cùng xem một số cái giải pháp khác trong cái ngành ô tô của AV. Đầu tiên là cái giải pháp mà sử dụng một con robot Zoomi hai cánh tay để kiểm tra một cái sản phẩm trong ngành ô tô. Đây là một con cobot. Cobot thì tích hợp con này tích hợp hai cái vision ở hai cánh tay, từ đó nó có thể tăng gấp đôi được cái thời gian kiểm tra, nó giảm được cái thời gian làm việc, nó sẽ gần như giảm được một nửa so với robot công nghiệp của cánh tay thông thường. Vì đây là một con cobot nên nó có thể làm việc với cùng con người và vẫn đảm bảo được cái sự an toàn của con người khi làm việc. Khi người mà chạm vào robot thì robot sẽ dừng lại. Ok, Cái tiếp theo đó là cái giải pháp kiểm tra cái chất lượng mới hàng điểm trong ngành ô tô mà không phá hủy sử dụng cho các nhà máy xe điện. Thì giải pháp này sử dụng sóng sơn và sử dụng cả AI để mà phân tích, từ đó để nâng cao cái hiệu quả. Giải pháp này đã được lắp đặt cho một đơn vị sản xuất ô tô tại châu Âu. Cái tiếp theo thì tôi xin được giới thiệu một cái giải pháp đột phá về công nghệ sơn của AB. Đây gọi là công nghệ sơn mà không bị sơn tràn ra ngoài, không bị overspray. Cái công nghệ pixel paint của AB thì công nghệ này nó sẽ giúp loại bỏ được cái nhu cầu mà để che hoặc là tẩy lớp phủ khi mà mình sơn hai cái màu sơn khác nhau trong ô tô. Mình có thể thấy là cái đường sơn nó sẽ sơn được chính xác những cái đường mà cần sơn, không bị cái tình trạng mà phun ra ngoài. Thì từ đó nó giảm thời gian và chi phí, nâng cao năng suất, cũng như là dễ dàng sản xuất các cái mẫu xe tùy chỉnh khác nhau. Giải pháp này thì nó sẽ kết hợp với các đầu phun cũng như cái gói kiểm soát cái lượng sơn, có dùng robot sơn của AB IRB 5500, cũng như có phần mềm lập trình robot studio. Công nghệ pixel paint của AB thì nó sẽ cho phép sản xuất nó bền vững hơn, nó sẽ giảm 1/3 lượng điện tiêu thụ so với cái ứng dụng sơn thông thường, loại bỏ được 30% chất thải sơn so với ứng dụng sơn phun. Robot của AB thì mỗi cái robot IRB 5500 trong cái vòng đời hoạt động đó thì nó sẽ giúp giảm thiểu được 42 tấn CO2. Nó cũng tiết kiệm chi phí và bảo vệ môi trường hơn, và không xảy ra, không có cái hiện tượng phát thải cái chất hữu cơ dễ bay hơi. Tiếp theo là cái giải pháp về ứng dụng rộng. Thì trong năm 2022, AB đã cấp cho BYD tổng cộng là 31 dây chuyền về ứng dụng rộng. Trong ứng dụng này thì cái pad đầu vào sẽ là những cái tấm thép mỏng, sau đó thì đầu ra sẽ là các tấm vỏ ô tô. Giải pháp sẽ sử dụng hai robot 6 trục ở đầu và cuối ra cho cái việc cấp và lấy sản phẩm ra. Sẽ có những cái robot 7 trục ở giữa các hệ thống máy dập để mà trung chuyển phôi giữa các máy. AB cũng cung cấp cái phần mềm stemware chuyên cho ứng dụng dập để mà đơn giản hóa cái việc lập trình, cũng như là giảm thiểu cái sai sót khi vận hành. Giải pháp của AB thì có giúp đạt được cái năng suất lên đến 12 sản phẩm trên 1 phút với các dòng máy dập không liên tục. Hiện tại ở VinFast cũng đang sử dụng cái giải pháp này của AB. Tiếp theo chúng ta sẽ đến với cái công đoạn trang trí và lắp ráp cuối cùng trong ngành ô tô. Bình thường thì khi mà sử dụng robot ở công đoạn này thì dây chuyền cần dừng lại để robot có thể dễ dàng tiếp cận xe, như là thao tác nó được chính xác. AMD thì đã đưa ra được một cái giải pháp nó sáng tạo với cái giải pháp là lắp ráp không dừng. Là khi mà lắp ráp thì xe cũng cứ chuyển động và robot sẽ làm việc đồng thời. Thì AB có những cái giải pháp liên quan như là lắp ráp khoang lái này, lắp ráp cửa, lắp thảm, lắp ghế, và đặt các cái part khác vào trong xe, dán niêm phong, bắt vít, cũng như là kiểm tra chất lượng khe hở. Chúng ta cùng xem một cái video về cái giải pháp mà lắp ráp không dừng của AB được áp dụng với cái giải pháp mà để lắp buồng lái. Ngoài các cái giải pháp cụ thể cho từng cái ứng dụng thì AB cũng đã đưa ra được một cái concept sản xuất mới cho các nhà máy tương lai. Ở đây mọi người xem video, chúng ta có thể thấy đây là một cái dây chuyền theo dạng cổ điển. Nó sẽ liên kết các cái chạm bằng các hệ thống băng tải và các cái robot handling. Cái part đầu vào thì sẽ được vận chuyển dọc theo cái hệ thống dây chuyền này và sẽ được yêu cầu cấp liên tục. Và khi mà có lỗi ở bất cứ một vị trí nào trên dây chuyền thì toàn bộ dây chuyền sẽ phải dừng lại. Để giải quyết cái vấn đề này thì chúng tôi đã đưa ra thay đổi bằng cái việc cấp part đầu vào bằng hệ thống AGV và sẽ giữ nguyên cái quy trình hoạt động sản xuất. Nếu chúng ta nhìn một cách tổng thể hơn thì toàn bộ nhà máy sẽ được chia làm hai khu vực. Một khu vực là khu vực về cấp part đầu vào, có thể gọi là khu vực logistics. Một khu vực là khu vực sản xuất. Thì AGV nó sẽ kết hợp hai cái khu vực này thành một hệ thống tổng thể. AGV thì sẽ được tải vào những cái bộ phận cần thiết trong việc sản xuất ở khu vực cấp part đầu vào, và AGV sẽ tìm đường di chuyển đến khu vực sản xuất. Chúng ta cũng có thể kiểm tra được các cái part ở trên AGV luôn. Trên AGV thì sẽ có các thẻ RFID, thì nó sẽ chứa tất cả các thông tin về linh kiện được vận chuyển và quá trình sản xuất của linh kiện đó. Thì từ đó giúp dễ dàng truy xuất thông tin của linh kiện. Nó sẽ giúp chúng ta hướng đến một cái cách thức sản xuất phi tập trung và nó linh hoạt hơn. Cấu trúc của trạm thì sẽ được tiêu chuẩn hóa, tạo điều kiện thuận lợi cho việc truy xuất nguồn gốc. Với cấu trúc trạm này thì rất là dễ dàng cho cái việc mở rộng quy mô. Ở đây chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy cái cách thức chuyển đổi giữa cái mô hình sản xuất truyền thống và cái concept mới của AB. Chúng ta sẽ thêm vào hệ thống AGV, chúng ta sẽ tiêu chuẩn hóa các cái trạm sản xuất và chúng ta sẽ chia tách cái khu vực giữa phần sản xuất và phần logistics ra. Sản xuất theo phương pháp mới của AB thì nó sẽ linh hoạt và nó sẽ dễ dàng mở rộng khi mà mình cần tăng cái khối lượng sản xuất, hoặc là khi mình có một cái model mới. Nó sẽ giảm được cái sự vận chuyển giữa khu vực lưu trữ và khu vực sản xuất. Ok, chúng ta sẽ cùng xem một cái video khác về cái dây chuyền sản xuất linh hoạt của AB.
The cells completing packing finished goods, all elements will connect seamlessly thanks to mobile phone. This network is also scalable. You can add or subtract cells from the network as the
demand change with a smaller footprint than a linear production. We can also design, test, and simulate the whole process in our digital twin with our robots to do so. This means we can test and debug before we even build and make improvements in the integrator, or even introduce a new product without interfacing or intervening with the current product. Increasing flexibility with this concept will help customers in all sectors greatly improve flexibility.
AMB là tiên phong trong cái việc đưa ra concept sản xuất linh hoạt, và AMB đã ứng dụng cái concept này ở cái nhà máy của mình ở Đức. Trên đây là phần chia sẻ của tôi về những cái giải pháp của AB trong cái việc sản xuất xe điện. Cảm ơn mọi người đã chú ý lắng nghe.
We thank you, our presenter, Mr. Tang Wing Tian, Chief Engineer of ABB. Before we take our lunch, we would like to call all the participants to please join us to the stage for the group photo. Please, all the delegates, sponsors, even our speakers, please come over here on stage. We will take our picture taking. Please. We thank you, our presenters today, Ms. Win-Chi Sam, Vice President and General Secretary of VASI. Mr. Rocky Chan, CEO of Gmore International Corporation. Mr. Pham Minh Chan, Vice President of VASI. Sorry, correction. Mr. Win-Chi Sam, Vice President and General Secretary of VAMI. And Mr. Tan Wing Tian, Chief Engineer of ABB. Please come on stage, my dear delegates and speakers. Everybody, all of you, sir, ma'am, please come on stage. Thank you. Yes, everybody, all, please come over here. Please come on stage. Thank you. May we call on our photographers? Okay, please come forward. Move forward. Our speakers. Yes, please come forward. Or much better, the speakers will be here in the front, please. The speakers. And then move forward the rest. Please come down. The others. Okay, so everybody will see you, my dear delegates. Please move here. Yes. Please compress, my dear delegates. Compress. To those presenters and delegates would like to have souvenirs, photo, please give us your cell phone. So we will take you a picture. Yes. Move Move closer, sir. Sir, excuse me. Please move there. We have a lot of space. Thank you so much. Okay, at the back, your face, please. Thank you. Make it see. Okay. I will count 1 to 3, okay? 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, can you please? One more time. Smile, my dear delegate. Smile. This is our day 1. We have day 2 as well. Very good. Miss Universal side. Yeah, side. Both sides. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sir, maybe you can face Mr. Michael. No. You can face Mr. Michael. Yeah, very good. Beautiful. It's okay. That's both sides. Okay. In the count of 1, 2, 3, smile. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Beautiful. Thank you so much. You may now proceed in our connection restaurant. Happy lunch, everyone. Once again, we thank our business partner sponsor, Timor International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Hanbang United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Wagon Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Buro Southeast Asia Private Limited, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited. Please don't forget to visit our business partner sponsors, Timor International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Hanbang United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Wagon Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Gurkha Southeast Asia Private Limited, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited. Please don't forget to come back at exact 1 o'clock. Thank you. That's my test to those who wants to know where is our connection restaurant is in third floor. Third floor. Once again, you can proceed now. You may now proceed in our connection restaurant in third floor. Lastly, please come back exactly on time. Thank you.
Okay. 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 Now? Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy our lunch and was able to visit our mini expo during break. We will begin with the presentation shortly, but before that, we would like to remind all the delegates and guests to please wear the ringer entrance badge during the conference session. Also, please switch your cell phone into a silent mode or in a vibration mode. If you need to receive phone calls, please do so outside the conference area. Thank you. Our fifth presenter, this is about the technical speech. The topic is about Vietnam's e-mobility outlook or automotive and current supply chain in Vietnam. Please welcome our guest speaker, Michael Tora, Director Senior Consultant, MT Consulting Corporation Limited. Please give a round of applause.
There's a camera here.
You want me to speak about it
You just
constantly?
have to.
Yes, I will change. Okay, so I can see we have a bit limited after the guest amount of after the lunch. Still sleeping a bit. I get upstairs. upstairs. So I want to talk today about the e-mobility in Vietnam, and also there will be part of the government relations, the legislations on that part and where it's going, plus a bit on the supply chain here, and including the outlook on the battery supply chain in Asia, not only Vietnam. So this is what I will be talking about today. So just brief outlook what I'm doing. That's my company, and I am based in Vietnam. I'm here over 5 years. Before I was working for VinFast as well, and then I decided to open my company. We specialize sourcing, procurement. We do outsourcing. We connect a lot of we connect with Asian suppliers and also between the Europe customers. So from the procurement side, all help you organize your procurement if it's still struggling, or you want to improve, or you want to have savings, or you want to find other suppliers. Also from that perspective, we also help, especially the startups. Okay, so today's topics, as I said, is e-mobility in Vietnam, government regulations, current supply base, and a brief outlook on the Asian, on battery manufacturing. So e-mobility, if we look on e-mobility, here in it's basically refers to shift from ICE engines, so internal combustion engines, to electrical engines, and it means the whole infrastructure, not only the cars itself, but you have the whole infrastructure to run, and you need a lot of regulations coming to this. And in regards to Vietnam, it's very, very early stage. The only player today is VinFast. I will talk a bit later about it, but regulations and the infrastructure is slowly coming. The bigger amount you have in the e-bikes, so two-wheelers, you have much more EVs players on the market. And I will also touch the topic on this one, and the infrastructure for charging in Vietnam, which is mainly driven today by VinFast as well. So just about the players on the market, you have VinFast, which is the basically only player, plus you have maybe Porsche and Mercedes, which is importing some small amount of vehicles, which is very premium market. And I don't know if you have seen recently the BYD and Zidu will come to the market. BYD is going to assemble EV vehicles plus bring their own supply chain to Vietnam. So which will be a big competition for VinFast, and we'll see how it will develop and how it will be sold. I can see you making pictures. I can make the presentation available after the so maybe Ringer Events can send it out. I don't know. So it can be sent out. And if you can see the e-scooter, so two-wheeler, you have much bigger competition. Even though that Yamaha and Honda are not really actively developing manufacturing here, but they still sell the bikes. But the main player is still VinFast, and you have, for example, like that bike, which is also a local brand, and you have Selex Motors. I didn't mention them. They are quite small, yeah. So BYD, as I mentioned, BYD is they will have a factory here, and in Photo, Phu, correct me if I'm wrong, but my pronunciation is not the best for the Vietnamese. Sorry for that. And they will create a supply chain. So this means they will, because BYD is producing internally a lot, so they will bring, and hopefully they will bring more technology and development to Vietnam. And Zidu just announced they will partner with one of the local assemblers, manufacturers, to sell the micro EV, which would be, they say, in $100 million range, which is very, very competitive on the market. So just a small visualization of the market share. You can see on the electric vehicles is VinFast, is basically E34, VF9, VF8, which are on the market. And then it's Porsche and Mercedes, and maybe Hyundai, also very, very tiny portion. But on the e-bikes, you can see still the VinFast is the main one. But you have Yadea and Pega and other players which are on the market, and it will be very competitive because people here do not have enough income to go into buying $50,000-$60,000 cars, even if it's 30,000, maybe 100 million, this which will come, it will be more profitable, easier to buy. And the infrastructure, as I said before, it's mainly driven by VinFast. And no, it's just a split by city. I think it will be for me, but it's a very small screen. So you can see mainly Ho Chi Minh, Hanoi are driven in terms of the infrastructure. So we have car chargers, scooter chargers, and VinFast is investing in that. So otherwise, you do not have many charging stations like for Porsche, Audi, or anyone else. They have very, very limited, and it's only 1 or 2 points. And in terms of VinFast, even though they're investing, but for example, like in Vincom, Vinhomes, and anywhere they have charging stations, they install over 2,000, but it's still not that approachable for everyone. And even though they install the bike charging stations, there are a few hundred, for example, in Vincom, but there is 2 or 3 bikes charging only. So it's still not that many bikes available on the market. So this is in regards to what is the current situation over here in Vietnam about the infrastructure, how much we have. It still needs to be developed, especially VinFast is doing, maybe BYD will do, but there are still no regulations about from the government how to do it, how to do any incentives, nothing. There is nothing from the government today in terms of legislation. So going into that, government regulations. So Vietnamese government, they submitted plans to be carbon neutral or reduce greenhouse gases, and it's currently like a pledge to the United Nations Framework Convention, which they submitted. They said by 2050 they will be net zero, but today there is no legislation in place besides the promise that they will do it, and in how they want to do it, in which steps, but there is no legislation enforcing anyone to do anything in terms of going to carbon zero. And in Vietnam, 18% of greenhouse gases coming from the road. So you know how the bikes are, all bikes, all this Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, whatever. It's emitting a lot, and that causes a lot of issues. And there is no plan today to remove those bikes from the roads or old cars from the roads. So it's still a lot of work from the government. And also there is, as I said, for this NDC, which they submitted, and last year they made a decision, an action program to green energy transition, and they want to go this 2050, but that's the only thing. There is no real regulation behind it. So just what the government is promising is that between 22 and 30, they want to promote EV production and assembly and import, but as I said before, there are no real incentives besides registration tax, which is usually super high in Vietnam for the cars. It's reduced to 0% for 3 years. So otherwise, it's between 50 to 150% if you import the car or you want to register. Depends on the cars. And later on, they want to 31, 50. They want to get rid of the fossil fuel cars, but there is still no legislation how they want to do it. No recycling, nothing. It's still a lot of work in front of government. As I said, the policies supporting EV production and battery supply chains are very, very limited, which is almost not existing. Besides the policy that you can import some parts with the 0% import duty tax. That's the incentive. Otherwise, there is no real incentives to do the EV production here. But yeah, we will see in the next, I think, couple of years if there will be any legislations. Hopefully, yes. So as I said, its registration tax went to 0% from 1st of March, and for 3 years, and also the excise tax, if you want to import EV, is relatively low. It's around 3%, so that's low if you want to import Tesla or anyone else. Otherwise, it's also very high, 35 to 150%. So I know the government regulations are not the most best topic, but it's where we are in Vietnam, and so there are, as I said, there are a lot of gaps in technical regulations and standards across life cycle of the EVs in Vietnam. So, for example, the EV must comply with national technical regulations, but it was designed for ICE cars. There was no update for that. So there is still a lot of missing in terms of how to recycle, how to manage it, what to do, what are the conditions to do it, and so on. And it's vehicle safety specifications, vehicle operation safety, electric safety. There is nothing, at least I'm aware, that is existing today. So it's a lot of work for the government there. So this can lead to many things. It's lack of technical regulations, technical standards for EVs. It can lead to increased safety risk, reduced investments, and slower adoption of EV. It's also education of the people. There is not a lot of people that are educated for to know what is EV, what are benefits. So it's I cannot see that much, at least on the social media or anywhere about that. So we have to, the government has to address those gaps in technical regulations and technical standards. This will definitely help in EV adoption, and it will help anyone on the market because the suppliers will be able to produce more, and also this means that people will earn more and will develop the industry. So it's in terms of recommendations. Well, I think it's good, and I would also I can see a lot of people saying it's like EV production sales programs. They should be like mandatory. Vietnam should establish EV production or sales targets for both two-wheelers and cars. Fuel consumption, create required fuel consumption, CO2 emissions, and fuel economic criteria, because today it's like Euro 4. And it's very low. It's not coming any close to reduce the CO2 today. And as I said, there is nothing about the removing the old vehicles from the roads. So, and also, I don't know if you have seen, recently government also finally approved PDP8. It's a national power development plan, which is works together with what they want to do on the greenhouse gases. And it's this plan is by 2050 they want to be net zero or very lightly dependent on the coal electricity. They want to be more wind power, electric, solar energy, and going this way. So as I said, in terms of legislation and government regulations, it's still a lot of things to do. So if the government will follow and they will do a lot of legislations and regulations, this will help definitely the market and adoption of the EVs, because it will increase the awareness and development over here on the market. Okay, so in terms of the supply base in Vietnam in general, I'm not talking about only EVs because EVs is limited, but in supply chain in Vietnam, you do not have that many suppliers compared to Thailand, for example. But in Vietnam, you have some mainly investments are Japanese, Korean, which are good companies. You have also Bosch, Nidec, and some others which are on the market. But overall, you cannot manufacture that many complicated or high-tech components in Vietnam. We do not have that many. Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately, it's true, but it is. And it's usually labor intensive. It's like I visited some factories and you have like 30 people going, and if I go in Europe to factory, I can see 3-4 people on the similar product. So it's still different, and because it's much cheaper and still cheap labor. But it will go further, yes. It will increase, and then there will be more adoption of automation. So there are not that many tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers here on the market for automotive, strictly speaking. So it's because otherwise you have more suppliers which are doing something, but they do not do to the standards that they can sell to automotive. And my subject is automotive, so I'm focusing on this presentation, and it's. It just needs to develop because, for example, IATF certified suppliers, there are not that many in the country. So it's need a lot of adoption. It's like Mr. Pham said this before also, it was on the lean management. It's adoption, it's learning curve constantly. So how we are going to do it, how the Vietnam is going to develop. And this is the limited amount of suppliers. It's connected with the how much the localization rate of each vehicle is very low. For the e-bikes, yes, you have more suppliers. For conventional bikes, you have more suppliers. But for the cars, 10-15% localization rates. I read that Toyota Innova, they reached quite a lot, which was, I think, 30-40%. I don't know how they did it, but it's I think it's interesting case to learn how they did that. But overall, it's much below the targets of Vietnamese government. Today, for example, all the let's say the material industry imports most of the raw material. A lot of high-tech steel and everything is usually imported. It's somehow processed inside the Vietnam, like POSCO or anyone else, but it's still maybe it's not necessary to have a mill inside Vietnam. We have foundries. You can import it, but I think it should be more focused on developing high-tech because you can always import the steel, and it depends on the quantities. If you start producing 1 million cars a year and sell that much, then yes, I think maybe someone would be interested to come to here. But it's a question of investment, yes. So it's difficult, but it's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is I think some companies are still not aware that they should focus really on the quality and the delivery, because this drives to be in the automotive world. And automotive world is super strict. It's a really strict world. And if you do not deliver, then nobody will go to you. And you have so many audits, everything is like Volkswagen Group comes to you. Before you deliver anything, it's like 1.5 years of development or longer. But you need to be promising. So that's what is happening. And today you have, as I said, you have low-tech suppliers in Vietnam, and or a lot of manual wire and harness. It's a lot of suppliers for wire and harness. You have also some seat suppliers and some other low-tech. But seats are not always low-tech. Yeah, the wiring harness is labor intensive, so you have a lot of export of wiring assemblies because it's going outside to Japan, Korea, also States, even also Europe. So it depends. And so going into a bit Asian,
So we have to compete, like Vietnam have to compete. I live here, so I think Vietnam has to compete with Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. And if you look on the automotive hub, supplier hub, it's Thailand, where you have the biggest amount of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, and they are highly developed. So it's just on the comparison, it's a country nearby, and it's a huge adoption of the car production, but they have longer history, yes. And Vietnam still needs to develop much more on this. So as I said, it's still labor intensive, and the only incentive that the government did when VinFast starts to manufacture here, they did this decree of the import tax. They went to 0% for the goods that are not able to be manufactured in Vietnam, which means usually high-tech goods and higher value that you can import, and you can have a 0% import duty tax, which helps, but it's still going to be it's still challenging because sometimes the goods produced in Vietnam are much more expensive than you can buy from outside. I'm not talking China, but even Thailand or somewhere else around. So so there is not that much investment in high-tech products. They are starting because, as I said before, the BYD is coming with the EV, so that will be, I think, high-tech investments over here. And also VinFast is Goldshon is investing to have the batteries and manufacturing in the central of Vietnam. And as you said, you have Bosch, who is development here. They have software development in Vietnam. So we have a lot of engineers which are learning, but it's in the hubs like Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh. And you have Hella, for example, which is software development mainly. But you have NIDEC, but they focus mainly on Schaeffler, but they bring, like, for example, I have colleagues working for Schaeffler, and they are Germans coming here, so there are some engineers that are learning from them, so, but it's still like a learning curve. And I think the government should also, when they have investments, they should push to have more R&D centers and for development in that side, so we have more knowledge and better possibility to develop our own engineers over here in Vietnam. So the overview of the supply chain in Vietnam for the battery is, as I mentioned, is VinFast with Goldshon High-Tech, and they are developing here, it's a Chinese company developing here the manufacturing. CATL also is investing, it's together with VinFast, and also StoreDot and Prologin. So VinFast signed a lot of MOUs with different companies for the development of the batteries cells and the battery itself and the battery assembly. Today they do the battery pack in-house in Haiphong, and they want to do their own cell manufacturing. Let's see, because they are just entering US, Europe, and let's see how it's going to develop in terms of that assembly. So in terms of let's say two-wheeler and other battery players, you have few, which is LG Chem, here Samsung, GS, Pinnacle, 365. They are doing some batteries, especially for the two-wheelers, and they are starting to develop. But it's still not that. Yeah, LG and Samsung, yes, they are good, they are big, but all the local players, I saw they are selling some batteries, so let's see how they are going, but mainly they are targeting two-wheelers. Okay. And also I wanted to touch a bit of raw material over here, because Vietnam has a lot of nickel and lithium reserves. So there is only currently one company, one mining company, which is, I think 60% shares that belong to Australian. So Blackstone Minerals, and they own most of it, and they want to have here the nickel and lithium mining. So this can help for any cell manufacturing in Vietnam, because those are one of the critical minerals you have here. You have advantage compared to Thailand, where they don't have any. For example, very, very limited. And Indonesia, they have also nickel, but it's not the best quality for the cell manufacturing. So if we go for a bit on Asia, on the battery,
You can, I don't know if you have seen, like it was a couple of years ago during pandemic, Hyundai and LG Energy Solution, they signed a JV in Indonesia because Indonesia is promoting a lot to bring the companies for the electric mobility. So they gave a lot of incentives to build the factory. They invest over, I think, $2 billion to build a factory over there, and they will source local nickel because Indonesia was planning an export of nickel. They want to keep it in-house and they want to process it as much as they can. So it's maybe gives an idea for our government or the Vietnamese government to go with similar maybe. And also CATL going to Indonesia, they have different investments, so Chinese are going everywhere. They want to bring as many minerals for them as they can, so they want to control the market, so they can have the best prices today because they are very competitive, especially in China. That they are, BYD is the biggest manufacturer and reseller of the electric cars. And so Indonesian government is, let's say, fostering an EV industry ecosystem infrastructure. So this means that they are giving like cuts on VAT, and also they give incentives for the investments. Corporate income tax is reduced, and also they give incentives for buying electric vehicles. And also, as I mentioned before, Thai, they do not have raw materials, but they have a very good supply base, which is developing into electric ecosystem, and there are going to be investments over there because BYD was also considering to produce in Thailand. So this is showing that Thailand it will go into electric, and they also give a lot of incentives more than Vietnamese government. So let's see how it's going to shape in the Asian, because Southeast Asia it will be going to be very competitive. It's still very it's developing markets, and the EV adoption is still not that high. So let's see how it's going to progress with legislation and manufacturing over here who will come. Because today it's like BYD, Tesla, biggest players, but Volkswagen and anyone else is also coming to the markets, and they are developing. So for me, it's so I can show you some examples of supply chains for EV batteries. I can share the presentation afterwards, I don't mind, so you will have it. And those are some examples how it's going. And for example, here there is no recycling. So VinFast is trying something, but it's still no regulation, nothing about the recycling of the EV batteries, which could be very profitable business because like Umicore or anyone else is doing, they can recover like 90% of precious metals, which are expensive, and they can reuse them. Yeah. So that will be all on that. Yes. If anyone has any questions, I will try to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Tora. Do you have any question, suggestion, or comments to all our delegates? Even our speakers or presenters, you can ask Mr. Tora. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe this is a difficult question. How do you see the competition between VinFast and the BYD? I mean, what's the strengths of and the weakness of VinFast against BYD?
So I worked with VinFast a bit in the past for 2 years. So I think BYD is not better organized, and they are in the market for much longer, and it will be very tough competition for VinFast. The advantage for VinFast is that they are a local company, and Vietnamese not always look favorable into the Chinese goods in Vietnam, yes. But if they will see good serviceability, good quality, and it will be cheaper, then they will probably choose BYD over the VinFast. And VinFast has the advantage because they are local, they are going to produce battery cells. It's a question of the quality of the vehicles and how they're going to service that. That will be a big question mark on that, how it will going to happen. Because if you look Hyundai or Kia, what they did, they give 6-7 years guarantees on the engines.
So VinFast is trying to do some guarantees on the batteries, but it's mainly for the US market. I haven't seen for Vietnam. Maybe they will do that here as well.
Any question? Yes, sir. Mr. Fan.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael, for the very insightful presentation. I think this be a good question put forward. But from what you present and your point of view, what would be the opportunity for the VASI members when we look at the supporting industries for the EV, future in Vietnam? Where would be the area that would hold opportunity for us, for our members, where they would look into or invest into?
Investing in the EV production or components production for EVs.
Yes.
It's, if you look, for example, on the motor or anything like that for the propulsion, yes, you can have, because those are parts which you can manufacture. You just need to have proper equipment, and you need to have a good standards in place. You can do it, of course, and then you can produce over here even EV engines, but it's a lot of investment. But if you do like gears, shafts, anything like that, it's a specific part because it has to sustain like 50,000 RPM or anything, but it's possible. And I think some of the companies, if the owner has a good mindset, they will definitely go into that direction, that they will try to adopt, because the ICE engines, they will go away in some time. But you will have, I hope the Vietnamese market will develop much more, because UID, VinFast, maybe someone else will come in the future. And the suppliers here has to be ready. And also they have to try to export, because if you export and then your customer comes in here, then it's quite straightforward. And you have still, like to Europe, EV FTA, you have much cheaper in terms of import duty. There is zero import duty tax, for example, to Europe, so you can export to those countries. And I think from Vietnam, rather than China, Europe is preferable destination. Vietnamese, Thai, or anyone, it's better than Chinese, because they do not trust that China anymore. And so after the pandemic and everything, all the issues, it's, I think, your geopolitical place in the market helps, I think, because Vietnam is very neutral, even with the all the conflicts and everything what is happening. Vietnam is neutral, which is good, and it's like constantly with the political, it's quite well, and it's not big changes. You do not see any revolt or anything like that, which is good for investment, because FDI is looking on that. And local companies definitely will benefit from it, because you can be tier 2, tier 3 supplier. You don't have to be tier 1, yeah? But you have to develop your quality standards. To be automotive, you need to go high. You don't have to go to ITF being tier 3 or tier 2, but if you have enough good standards, then definitely that's worth doing, going into this, if you plan to go in automotive. Because of course you have big volumes, but the margins are also not that big in automotive. So it's I think it's if someone wants to do that, yes, it's definitely, or target the medium range volumes or low volumes, because you have margins 20-30%, and then you produce less. But you have to be good in quality, because if you are in good quality, then you always can negotiate on the price, and you can find a common ground with someone.
Okay, another question. Kindly introduce yourself to Mr. Michael.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael from India Operation. We provide solutions for automotive operation, like one customer. I have two questions. The first one is, thank you for the very good presentation, very useful information from EV. But I have two questions. First one is that, do you think is some limitation of material decal? So something like China or they will dominate the material and control the development of EV, some limitation or challenge of the material. The second one is in terms of like process development technology for EV car, I see beside of production, component production, the second thing is the technology. I see is the beside battery, another thing is the like software.
Yes, infotainment system, everything inside connected. Yes. So
Yeah. So, do you think that VinFast is like an equal to develop compared with the if they have a chance to compete with another supplier, China or other countries?
Okay, so first question about the raw materials. Yes, China is trying to control it. Definitely, they want to control. They have a lot of, let's say, contract ownerships. Let's say Africa, they have a lot because Africa has a lot of cobalt and other minerals. They try to control other countries, but like in Vietnam, I think they should be protective of that. Today it's Australia is with them, not China, for the nickel and lithium. But for example, you have LFP batteries, so which are iron batteries based, so it's a bit lower range, but it's more approachable material, so it's not only based on China. But China, yes, it's they want to dominate and they want to control the market. That's definitely what you can see because today the main battery cell manufacturers it's China, basically. Second is the VinFast competitiveness of let's say of adoption of other infotainment or anywhere software and how they're going to drive and automation and so on. So it's VinFast is they partnered with some software developers, but I think the issue with VinFast is that they try to push to do things too fast in some ways. That's that they try to do to push too fast, and then the software because the software has to be mature enough to go on the market, and then they have issues with it. They push it too fast, and then they have to fix it afterwards. So and that's then gives you a better perception from the customer perspective. And customer and my car, after new one is something wrong with software, you don't want it. But in terms of, for example, like inside of the car, it looks quite nice. You have a huge screen. You have adoption with Android or iPhone or anything you want. It's good, yes, but they also need to have more. They need to go in like direction like Tesla, Volkswagen, or anyone else is going. Yes, they can be competitive in some ways, but it's a long way. It's a long way, and they need to have a very good plan for that.
Okay, that is our last question. Mr. Michael Farah, please give a round of applause.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, sir. We have three presenters today. I'm so sorry. If you would like to in touch with Mr. Michael, you can also discuss, you can in touch with him later in our coffee break, if it's possible. Okay, our next presenter.
Wait.
Yes. Again, we would like to get your information later or some questions. If you want, you can discuss in our WhatsApp. And you can ask some questions if you want later in our coffee break. Okay, our next expert is innovation speech by the sponsor, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited. Our guest speaker, Raymond Lay, Director, and the topic is about high precision and efficient grinding technologies for auto parts. Please welcome Mr. Raymond Lay.
Thank you. Okay.
Just press it forward. And you're on camera.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry. Because our director is on the Russia exhibition during this time, so I will be on behalf of Yuhuan CNC
to present this presentation. I'm appreciate the opportunity to have chance to be here with all people, all friends here, and it's my pleasure to present on behalf of Yu Huang. The subject of my presentation is about the high efficiency grinding solution for parallel components. And in the next 30 minutes, I will divide my presentation into 4 parts. The first one is about the high efficiency double disc grinding solution for the regular flat parts. The second one is about the high performance of brake disc and rotors grinding technology for the two-wheelers and vehicles. And the third one is the high precision fine grinding technologies for the with the excellent size control. And the last one is about the vertical universal grinding technology for extra large and complex parts. So before the presentation, please allow me to introduce my company, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Company. This is the Yuhuan Group organizational structure. Yuhuan Company is located in the Changsha City, Hunan Province, middle of China, which we have over 27 years history, specialized at manufacture the grinding machine and the polishing machine. The first part is our Yuhuan Precision Manufacture, established in 2019. We specialize in 5-axis polishing machine, CNC, lapping and polishing machine. The second one is our Yuhuan CNC manufacturer, established in 2004, specialized in double disc grinding machine and lapping and polishing machine. And third one is our intelligence equipment company, which is specialized in robots, smart manufacturing systems, and milling centers. Last one is our overseas divisions. We have 2 divisions. First one is in India since 2019. The second one is in Vietnam now from last year. Our Yuhuan CNC base and Yuhuan Precision CNC base, each of them has the 120,000 square meters land area, and we have almost 430 employees in total. Here is our modern workshop. And during the 27 years efforts, we won a lot of awards from state level or the provincial level, like the CCMT Chunyan Award and 2013 Top 10 Products of China Machine Tool Industry Association. We also have the ISO 9001 and the C-Lab certification. By the way, Yuhuan now is a public company in China. We are professional at grinding and polishing machine, and now in China, we are the top 1 company in the polishing and the grinding industry. So this is my part 1 about the high efficiency double surface grinding technology for the regular flat parts. Our double disc grinding machine is designed for high precision grinding of the 2 parallel surfaces of flat metallic parts, such as bearing, valve plate, carbide tube, seal, oil pump van, piston ring, etc. It can also grind the flat surfaces of non-metallic parts of hard and brittle materials like glass and ceramics. The uniquely sophisticated and compact design of the machine ensures high precision efficiency. And the Yuhuang double disc grinding machine has been recognized by the market as one of the most practical grinding solutions for mass production of flat parts. This picture is our main machine body. In the middle of the machine is our upper and lower grinding wheels, driven by the servo motor with high precision ball screw unit for feeding. And in front of the grinding wheel, there is a rotary feeding carrier with auto loading system. On the left of the machine is our cooling and filtration system with oil mist absorber. And on the right of the machine is our CNC system, the Mitsubishi E70 and the Siemens A08D, or Huazhong CNC is optional. And also we can integrate the Marpos online measuring. This is the list of our machine's specification. There are 4 models in the table in the form from 508 to the 7508. Usually, the model is designed by the customer's parts application and like the materials and the size. Here are some key parameters like workpiece size. We can achieve to 12 to the 180 millimeter, and the thickness is from 0.8 to 60 millimeter. And the name of the model is also connected with the grinding wheel size, like 585 is for the 580 model, and YSDM 7508, its grinding wheel size is 750 millimeter. And our grinding machine will achieve some key parameters like flatness and parallelism less or equal to 3 micron, and our surface roughness will less and or equal to RA032. Here is our products photo on the right side. This is our typical application. Most of them are the flat parts, like piston rings, bearings, powder metallurgical parts, connecting rods, hard alloy, metal housing, rotor and stator, valve plates, and glasses, ceramics, brake disc, and the washers and the plate. I think the presentation, I hope the presentation will help the Vietnam local industry to make a big progress in the future. So far as I know, the local grinding solution is not like our solution. So I think it's a challenge and also an opportunity for us to provide our solution and help the local companies to develop their business. And this is our technical features. First photo is our main spindle, our machine's main spindle with the double nut ball screw unit, feeding precision up to 1 micron, and with the flexible carrier replacement in 2 minutes. Hinged front door, easy for changeover, and also with the online jazzing unit, and jig crane unit is easy for wheel loading. This is our working principle of double disc grinding machine. First, working principle is a see-through type. See-through type double disc grinding is a kind of progressive grinding by utilizing the minimal grinding angle theta set between the two abrasive wheels. The material stock will be grinded progressively in multi-layers. We can see from the schematic diagram, the see-through type. In the middle of the photo, there is a wheel angle illustration. The A and plus H is the thickness of the parts, and the upper wheel and lower wheel will create an angle theta. It's similar. It's similar like the here. These two angle is the same, and both of the upper and the lower grinding wheel will rotate it in high speed and continuously remove the material stock. The technical features like this, finding grinding with high consistency, and accurate closed loop control of workpiece size, and excellent service with high precision, flexible for auto production. The production will increase by 5 times. This is a case of YSDM 750A. It's from the federal model, India. The component's diameter is 110 millimeter piston ring. Thickness is 2 millimeter. The Rockwell hardness from 28 to 38. The customer target stock removal is 25 micron. We utilize YSDM 75A, total 1 pass. And the cycle time is 0.5 seconds per piece. Our production will achieve to 7,200 pieces per hour, and the thickness control is minus and plus and minus 5 micron. Parallelism achieved to 3 micron, and the surface finish 0.25 micron. And the second one is our grinding solution for small bearings. The component's diameter is 58 millimeter. The material is carbon steel, 30 millimeter thickness, and the Rockwell hardness 58 to 62. Stock removal to 0.34 millimeter. You can see the video with the auto loading and unloading system. And there is one pass in total, and cycle time is 2 seconds per piece. And the CMK value more and or equal to 1.67. The case is from Timkan, India. And this tool is another true kind of working principle of our machine, oscillating and planetary grinding. This two kind of working principle is different from the see-through type. It's for the especially suitable for the components that have large grinding error, high removal rate, and stringent tolerance requirements for parallelism, flatness, and perpendicularity. like outer and inner ring of bearings, rotor and stator of oil pumps, connecting rods, etc. The technical features is with strong grinding power for large grinding area and high removal rate each cycle, excellent service with high precision, better parallelism, flatness, and perpendicularity. So this is the case of the connecting rod using the oscillating grinding method. Our machine is YHDM 580B double disc grinder. The total removal rate is 0.8 millimeter. Cycle time is 30 seconds, and 15 seconds per piece. The flatness and the parallelism less or equal to 30 micron. And the surface roughness is less or equal to 0.7 RA. This is the case reference from Yasunaga, Thailand. And this case is for bearing planetary grinding method, YHMM 7758. The component's diameter is 120 millimeter bearing, carbon steel, Rockwell hardness 58 to 62. The stock removal is 0.5 millimeter. Total cycle time is 15 seconds per piece. The accuracy less or equal to 5 micron. And our service finish is RA 0.4. The case is from Eugene, Korea. The photo is the on-site picture. There are total 3 planetary plates on the feeding carrier. So during the processing, the operator can change the parts at the same time. Also, we can add in the auto loading and unloading system to improve the production. The next one is another special bearing planetary grinding video. This is our record in Asia, the first and only one vertical double disc grinding machine for bearing up to 500 millimeter. The case is from Kaswing, Korea. Its material is high carbon steel, thickness 450 millimeter, hardness 60 to 65, for stock removal 0.5 millimeter. The cycle time is 2 minutes per piece. The production is 30 pieces per hour, total 1 pass. And the perpendicularity and the parallelism flatness less or equal to 5 micron. This is the technology from China. And the second part is high performance brake disc grinding technology for two-wheelers and new energy vehicles. This is our special designed model for the brake disc industry, YSDM 580F vertical double disc service grinder. For high precision grinding of the two parallel surfaces of brake disc. The machine adopts the CBN or resin grinding wheels. Both end face of the brake disc is grounded. The carrier adopts servo-driven workpiece revolution and rotation with servo-driven wheel jazzing mechanism. The lower end faces of the brake disc is supported by the three auxiliary wheels, and the brake disc self-rotation is driven by upper and lower regular wheels. The machine is equipped with Siemens, Fnac, Mitsubishi CNC controller as per customer's choice and suitability of application. This is our grinding principle. We can see from the left photo, on the top is our grinding wheels, and in the middle is our double station feeding carrier. The two red one is our parts, brake disc, and the workpiece pressing wheel is on the left with driven by the servo motor. The effective thickness of grinding wheel is 10 millimeter. Here is the YSDM 580F technical features with strong grinding power for large grinding area. Second, high removal rate each cycle. And excellent service with high precision. Number 4, better parallelism, flatness, and perpendicularity. CBN grinding wheels adopted. Both end face of the workpiece are ground through the upper and the lower grinding wheels. The servo-driven workpiece revolution and rotation, equipped with servo-driven wheel jazzing mechanism. This is the list of specifications. The process part range diameter is less or equal to 350 millimeter. And the dimension of grinding wheel is 570. The CNC systems, we utilize the Siemens 828 CNC. The total weight up to 10,000 kilogram. Here is the case of Yuhuang YSDM 580F, the special design machine for the brake disc. The case reference from the CNLZ, China and India. Stock removal is 0.2 millimeter, and the cycle time less than 30 seconds per piece. End phase run out less or equal to 8 micron. Parallelism and the flatness less or equal to 20 micron. This machine is for special designed for the hollow disc shaped brake disc. The outside diameter from 190 to 320. Due to the advantage of grinding processing, the processing of the braking surface of the medium and high-grade brake disc is gradually transformed from turning into the grinding. So there are four degree of the friction coefficient. So this is the upper and the lower surface grinding, which it could generating the divergent texture after processing. This is the structure of our machine body. In the middle is the main body, and with the spindle assembled in the middle, and foundation parts. Also with the jazzing parts and fitting parts. The left is our filtering and cooling system. Here is the grinding principle for the brake rotors. At first, the oil cylinder compresses the upper surface of the workpiece, and the upper and the lower grinding wheel move to the workpiece grinding position to start grinding according to the set program. And then the material preparation station start to install the workpiece. After the grinding of the workpiece is completed, the upper and the lower grinding wheels are retracted and the clamping is released. When the grinding is completed, the revolution table rotates 180 degrees to rotate out the workpiece, take out the ground workpiece. Here is the machine technical specification. The workpiece range is less than 460 millimeter, and the maximum thickness 80 millimeters. About the shaft movements, we have two step-knees speed regulation of the C-axis or C1, C2 shaft speed. And the power source will require a stable air pressure source 4 to 6 bar. The total weight of the machine is about 15 tons. The third part is about high precision fine grinding technologies with excellent size control. This is our main machine, YHM series machine, utilizing the planetary system. There are 4 to 6 planetary plates on the lower grinding wheel. The upper and the lower grinding wheel, as well as the planetary carrier, rotates simultaneously to drive workpiece into planetary motion between the two grinding wheels. Independent variable drive with a simple and convenient operation. Customize the processing solution to improve product capacity. High precision grinding of flat surface of metallic and non-metallic parts, such as valve plate, hard alloy, bearings, piston ring, carbide, blades, ceramic, glass, and magnetic materials. This is our machine's main features, with the high strength cast iron machine body, and the 3 independent variable speed for upper disc, lower disc, and the inner ring. Upper grinding head swing manually or automatically. High precision pneumatic pressure, digital size control system, and inner ring drive via servo motor. uniform coolant distribution through the upper disk, precision non-contact probe, constant temperature cooling and filtering system, PLC and touch screen control interface, and strong fault diagnosis function, simple and convenient operation, and customized processing solution. This is our typical components, like end cover, valve plate, end plate, rotor, cam ring, gears, and hard alloy connecting rods, etc. Also, like different material, non-metallic materials, ceramics, and sapphire. This is the for high precision fine grinding solution. Our accuracy will achieve to less than 2 micron of the flatness parallelism, and the surface finish less than 0.2. I think this machine may be help the local enterprises to improve the product's quality and accuracy to get more orders in the future. The last part is our vertical universal grinding technology for the extra large and complex parts. This is our vertical universal grinding machine, designed for parts with high precision and high service quality requirements in equipment, military, energy, aerospace, and other manufacturing industries. We aim to process the inner diameter, outer diameter, conical service, and special shape service control of disc, ring, and sleeve parts. The processing precision grade can reach to RT322, and the service roughly is less than RA 0.2. This is the grinding principle and application. The end phase grinding, special shaped service grinding, and automatic dressing, taper grinding. Also with online measurement. Here is our typical workpiece, like a wind power gear, turbine disc, bearing seat, triangular rotor, aviation bearings, and shells. Because of the time limit, I briefly introduce these products. The high power and precision electric spindles and tool exchange rotary system, direct drive static pressure rotary station, and the hydrostatic guide rail. There are almost seven models of the universal grinding machine, also designed by the size of the processing parts from the customer. The workstation diameter from 350 to 2000 millimeter, and the rotation diameter from 500 to 2300 millimeter, and the workpiece height 400 to 1050, and our maximum workpiece weight 800 to 5000 kilogram. Automatic tool exchange system. The online measuring system. And here are our other equipment, like precision vertical double surface lapping or polishing machine series, and precision automatic lapping machine series, 3D magnetic polishing machines, full surface feeding lapping or polishing machine series, multiple surface polishing machines. This is our major clients. Most of them are from the auto parts industry and 3C electronic industries, like ATG, BYD, Dyson, and Mara, Eugene. For the 3C electronic customer, like the Apple, TCL, Bill, Yuhuang already cooperated with the Apple over 10 years since the iPhone 4. We provided the grinding machine to grind to thinning the cover glass, and providing our polishing machine to polish the middle frame of the iPhone and the other metal parts. There is a classic iPhone 7 piano black is polished by our magnetic polishing machine. Here brings the end of the presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, sir.
Harry, my Chinese name is Zheng.
Okay, sir.
Henry.
Mr. Henry. Once again, please give a round of applause to Mr. Henry. And now we're going to proceed in our next presenter. Because our time is limited, my dear guests, if you would like to ask any questions, any suggestions or comments later in our coffee break, you can also talk to our presenters later. Okay, and now our next speaker. Our next speaker, this is about a technical presentation. The topic is edge computing and its application in smart manufacturing. Please welcome Ms. Fiona Kim Ye Tu, Business Development Consultancy, Thundersoft, Vietnam. Please give her a round of applause.
Just press this one.
Thanks.
But you have to be on the screen.
Okay.
That's it.
Good afternoon. It's good to be inside looking at the weather outside. First of all, thanks to Rengia for this presentation opportunity. We appreciate it. I'd like to introduce myself first. I'm based in Hanoi, but I'm from Myanmar. Any one of you have been in Myanmar? Somebody has been there. It's a beautiful country, but right now it's not a good time to visit anyway. Yeah, since we are behind the agenda, I will try to speed up with my presentation, and yeah, hope I can cover what I want to deliver today. before that, in the morning, Dr. Sang mentioned about what is need to be improved, what is going in the market. It was very great information and presentation, and I like to add on that before I start my presentation. In order to minimize the cost and maximize protections and also productivity, we cannot deny that we need innovative solutions and technical support in production or in any part of business. So here, Tanasoft is here to help the industry, the manufacturers, to improve the production line, to improve manufacturing process through our technology. I would like to introduce a bit quickly about our background. We started in 2008 with the smart devices, and then we launched smart vehicle solution in 2015, and then smart IoT solution in 2016, and intelligent vision smart camera in 2017. And we also launched in 2018 for smart industry products and solution as well. We achieved IPO in 2015, and 90% of our employees are engineers, and we have R&D center and offices in over 60 cities, and then we cover globally and global customers. And this is our overview, big picture of what do we do. And then the core technology is starting from edge computing solutions and based on operating solution, then middleware, then base, and then we also provide cloud solutions. As you can see to the right, solutions can be utilized by buildings, smart factory, and then also power grids and a production factory, and also medical manufacturing. And this is our deep cooperation with semiconductor. Most of you might know Qualcomm, Intel, and Samsung, and ARMS, and so on. And we also have a cooperation with AWS, Google, and so on. With AWS, we have cooperated for AI, learning machine, and then also with the Azure, we also cooperated for smart devices and also intelligent edge solutions as our big partner. We have ISO certificates, and then we also have over 1,200 patents and software copyrights for global customers. And before we go into cover edge computing and IoT solution, I like to go over briefly about the smart vehicle solution that we can also offer. This is our product roadmap of smart vehicle. Started from 2014, and then now we also we started offering IVI, and then we added cluster solutions product and intelligent cockpits, and also others solutions, and we also have this smart dashboard solutions. And we have other solutions that can help also car makers and T1 and T2 provider intelligence operating system for the cars, and also Kinsey Solutions, as well as we partner with the Rightwell Solutions to provide the best solutions for car makers and so forth. This is briefly that I like to go through, and this is some of our highlighted customers in General Motors, as you can see that on the dashboard and solutions. And this is Mitsubishi with the Android operating system based on Qualcomm. And this is another Mitsubishi with the Linux solutions. And then now edge computing parts we coming in. As all of you might know, this AI is also rapidly growing, and also 5G is developing in a fast speed. This gave a very good opportunity for edge computing to become more intelligent, to empower for industries to digitalize their operations. And I will quickly go this. IoT devices operated on edge platform and also supported by operating system. And then data can be managed and analyzed on the cloud. That also support for factory and others industry, as you can see in the presentation. Modern farm that we also provide quality control, especially for manufacturers, which is the very great solutions to look at it to improve, product quality as well. And then algorithm that all of you might familiar with, it's not only for social media app or YouTube or Facebook. Algorithm, it can be really useful for edge computing and for factory to learn about the daily operation in the factories, and then also detect objects, and also for safety, and also inspections for products and etc. And this is one of our top products that based on the intelligent edge integration. It is plug and play, and also it's very powerful performance we can deliver, and it is it's made specially for factory to improve their daily operations. This is EB6 Edge AI station that we also provide. This is can be operated with the 5G, and then also it is integrated with very powerful AI integrations as well. And then the solutions that we like to focus today is smart factory, that all the smart factory that needed for some time for security purpose, for work inspections, for product inspections, and all these, that human that cannot detect or measure, or the human error that we might have in daily operation, that we can skip now with this edge computing IoT solutions as well. This is how our platform overview look like in a dashboard. You can see analyze data real time and so on, that can be utilized, can be improved the operations. Since I want to save the time for this today event, any of you might have any further questions about our product solutions. If you'd like to discuss, please reach out to our Vice President of Technology Vietnam office, and we will be very happy to have you and support you with further requirements and so on. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Fiona. Okay, let us, after this, my dear guests and other delegates, we're going now to our coffee break. Okay, for anything, please, you can also ask questions to our presenters earlier, Ms. Fiona, Mr. Michael, and from our sponsor. Let us proceed now in our coffee break. Thank you. Before anything else, please, we will having 2 sessions left, 2 more speakers. Once again, you can visit in our business partner sponsors: Gmore International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Hanbong United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Wagong Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Kurko Southeast Asia Private Limited, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited, A gentle reminder to all our guests, we will have a factory tour tomorrow. We only have 5 slots. If you would like to join us tomorrow, please visit in our reception area. You can also include your name in our factory tour. Thank you. Once again, Ringer Events business partner sponsor, Jimar International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Handbong United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Huanggang Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Gurco Southeast Asia Private Limited, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited.
They want to design is another thing. And you can see based on the color, they also use the color as communication. We are out of this we are there to walk things with our device. I think the important thing is to stay connected. To stay connected is not just become situation, but flexible, to adopt new strategies, new challenges, new opportunities. behind-the-scenes global presence supporting customers in the machine industry, beginning with the sale of press-side components in 1965. We continue to grow by providing the products customers require with high quality, low cost, and short delivery times. The Misumi Group now boasts 61 sales offices, 13 logistics centers, and 24 production sites around the globe. When you think of factory automation, you might think of an automotive assembly plant, but it's much more than that. A wide range of influential products used in everyday life are all made by automation. Lay's potato chips, Boeing's Dreamliner, GE's MRI, Red Bull, and even your smartphone. Every engineer in the industry will have to interface with automation to some extent in their careers. Automation is about doing things faster, with more precision and less expense. We are continually evolving our Misumi QCT model for concurrently optimizing quality, cost, and time factors, as well as applying far-sighted management strategies to provide powerful support for manufacturing industries throughout the world. That is our objective and mission.
Okay.
Really, it should, yeah, start here.
Okay, as you have seen, we are a Japanese manufacturing and trading company, especially focusing on automation component, recently spreading to MRO or tooling goods. And since many speakers already expressed, in manufacturing industry, important thing is quality, high precision, and the lead time, delivery, and cost. And as Japanese company, we take pride in our high quality. However, we face of fierce competition, especially from Chinese player and as well as Vietnamese player. Now we move into cost down solution. So I focus on this cost down solution in the Asian market today. I want to start with brief introduction our company. I don't go through all of them, but please just focus on Misumi deals with more than 30 million automation components. I think this is the world's largest variation. And also our customer variation is 340,000 customer base. Not only automotive, but also electronics, to semiconductor, to food and beverage. So this is a very diverse customer base. And Misumi mission, as I repeatedly said, high quality and low cost and time. I intentionally use time instead of delivery because I always care about engineering designers designing time, also purchasers searching time or procurement time. So Misumi is a kind of pioneer with this QCT business model. And we are committed to provide high quality product with low cost and fast delivery and lead time with 99.6% accuracy as actual data. And our global presence, we have 61 sales office and 24 manufacturing sites. And Misumi Vietnam is actually one of the largest subsidiary in the world. And how about Misumi Vietnam? We're based in Bắc Ninh in North area, that's headquarters. And here in Ho Chi Minh, we have sales office and the warehouse in Saigon High Tech Park, Ho Chi Minh. And in Linh Trung, we also have factory called Saigon Precision. This is 3,000 workers in here. And in Vietnam, we have a 15,000 customer base and more than 300 employees here in Vietnam. Okay, as I said, headquarters is in Bac Ninh, and we have 4,000 square meter warehouse with more than 110,000 SKU stock inventory, and which are available for same-day delivery. So if you order by 4 p.m., we will deliver on the same day with free of charge. You don't have to pay for the delivery cost. Same as Ho Chi Minh, we have office and warehouse with 60,000 SKU component, which are also available same-day delivery with free of charge. And this is a product lineup from automation, factory automation to press and die to MRO tooling. So we have almost everything that the factory want to procure. And Misumi is actually manufacturer as well as a large distributor. So we have more than 3,000 partnership, mainly with Japanese suppliers and manufacturers. But recently, we are adding lineup with Chinese, Korean, and Taiwanese and Vietnamese suppliers as well. So this is the why you want to choose Misumi. Left-hand side is customer's issue, and right-hand side is how Misumi can solve. As I explained, the first thing is the size and variation. You can choose one stop, millions of products. And delivery time, we committed to accurate delivery time. And also, delivery charge is free from one item. And for product information, we will provide e-catalog with full and size information with cat data. So, in summary, Misumi's value, right-hand side, we have e-catalog. You can order 24 hours, 7 days. No time to rest. And we have a full paper-based catalog in English as well as Vietnamese. So this is very useful, especially for designers. And we will provide free and full size of cat data on the website. It's available also. And as I said, delivery charge is free from one size of very small product. Okay, from here, I want to especially focus on cost down solution, talking about Vietnam and Asian trend and demand for cost reduction. So in Vietnam, majority of investment is from Korean foreign direct investment, such as Samsung, LG, and their tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, as you all know. And traditionally, many Japanese invested, like Canon, Panasonic, Denso, Toyota, or many other. And recently, this is more trend that shifting from China because of COVID or some diversification of production. And more recently, many investment is led by Chinese or Taiwanese investors. This is especially so after US and China trade war and COVID turmoil recently happened. And as a result, Vietnamese manufacturer growing rapidly. For example, they start up with spin out from famous FDI first. They struggle to grow as small SME first, then some of them growing as large corporation. So recently, even Japanese manufacturer competing with Vietnamese manufacturer very severely. And talking about export, many export sent from Chinese country. However, as a result of trade war and COVID, many export is going to from Vietnam to US, including some detour export from China. Okay, so this is the background why competition, especially for cost down, becomes so fierce. And we have to focus not only cost, not only delivery time, but also for cost down more severely recently. So what is our solution and the proposal for cost down demand? We developed a new brand called Misumi Economy Series. So left-hand side is Misumi heavy user, and the right-hand side is non-light user, as actual voice of customer. So Misumi heavy user, for example, it says very stable and high quality. The CAD data is very convenient. And purchaser, quick quotation on the website or stable short lead time. However, non or light user, good quality, but always high price. Last night I talked with some customer and supplier. Luckily, they all know about Misumi, but almost all of them that Misumi very expensive. Japanese very expensive always. So those users can use Misumi, but only limited opportunity, such as need very high precision over quality, or just in case end user requests Misumi product, or they use Misumi when they need CAD data and use other supplier. This is how to use Misumi. So this is the background. We developed this new brand, Economy Series. And this is a kind of illustration how you place our new brand. The vertical is the price, high and low, and horizontal is quality or product life, high and low. So Misumi's current product lineup is placed like high quality, long life, higher price is also high. And on the other hand, the local means Asia or Vietnamese product or Chinese product. Quality, it may be a little bit low, but the price is also very low. So some customer want to choose a low price solution. And this Misumi Economy Series plays like this. Quality might be a little bit lower than the standard product. However, the price is also much lower, actually lower than local or Chinese product. So, Economy Series is Misumi's new brand, and the quality is higher than local or Chinese product. However, price is lowest level in Vietnam or Asian market as of now. In other words, this is kind of price comparison, very simplified way, this image. So let's see the Misumi original current product is 100, just as a reference. I would say local or Chinese product 70 or 50 or something like that range. Then we price this economy series is 45 price range. That means more than half of current product lineup and even lower than local or Chinese product lineup. And this is actual example of cost down from our existing customer. Let's take one example, parts transfer unit, including like a bearing or timing pulley or flat belt and so on. And they used to use Vietnam local trader, 5 categories, for example. And by replacing economy series, this machine can be 25% lower, 2.5 million Vietnam dong per machine. This customer used 100 machine, so this for one project, they saved 250 million Vietnam dong. But this is just example. But since price level is lowest in Vietnam or Asian market, so the more economy series you choose, the more you can save cost, total cost. So this is now we are chasing to compete and win in the Asian market. So this is a product lineup of economy series. You have almost everything product lineup, and we are constantly increasing this product lineup. Okay, and also lead time, we care about customers' lead time. So of course we apply the same-day delivery for this economy series with free of charge. I think this is the last page, and we also issue economy series promotion book. This is kind of yellow or thick book, both paper-based and online. So if you're interested, I want to distribute this book for your custom solution, both in English and both in Vietnamese. And we have 700 series, and including drawing, specification table, technical and material data also included. And this catalog free of charge. And we are constantly improving to meet the need of designer and purchasers. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation. So if you're interested in Mitsumi or econometrics, please don't hesitate to contact me via email or phone number here or Zalo. Thank you.
Do you have any question and suggestion to Mr. Yasuo? Any comments, suggestion, or question to Mr. Yasuo? Okay. Please give a round of applause, Mr. Yasuo Shimokura, General Director of Mitsumi Vietnam Corporation Limited. Thank you, sir. And now, our last but not the least speaker. It is all about technical presentation. The topic, digitalized color inspection and management solutions for automotive industry. We will call on, and please welcome Mr. Roger Lee, Sales Manager from Data Color. Please give a round of applause.
Forward. They have to look at the camera.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess you are tired after a long day. And the good news is I'm the last presenter today. My name is Roger Lei. I'm from Data Color Vietnam. And I would like to express my appreciation for your attendance and your patience as well. Yeah, thank you. Today, my topic is about color management in automotive industry. And two parts in my presentation. The first one is an introduction about data color to help you to understand more about data color and our product. And the second part is about color management in automotive industry and our solution and benefit to help customer to improve their color management process. Firstly, I would like to please allow me to introduce about data color. Data color was founded in 1970 in Switzerland, and our headquarters is located in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, USA. And our office is spread all over the world with more than 400 employees and agents in 25 countries. You can see our from North and South America to Europe and Asia. This help data color products to present in more than 100 countries. Our revenue in 2020 is around 87.4 million USD. and we provide a color solution for B2B and B2C customer with 80% for industry and 20% for photography. In more than 50 years development, Data Color has served thousands of customers in different country industries. You can see that in textile and apparel industry, automotive, paints and coatings, paper and ink, retail paint, plastics, cosmetic, and photography. Data Color provides various color management solutions. For example, color measurement and control, such as spectral photometer with portable and benchtop device, QC software for color analysis and communication, color matching software for formulation, visual access like color cabinet, and black dyeing and dispense for textile and apparel industry. That's our product. Okay, I move to the next part to present about the color management in automotive industry. As you know that there are a lot of challenges in color management for car producer. It includes extremely time-consuming process for develop a new car model, a complex network of supplier for 1,000 parts in a car. The intensive communication between car producer and their suppliers with time-consuming cost of event. The combination of different materials with various surface texture and color matter. Color matter has a visible mark of quality. That's a car producer has to face with challenge when they develop a new car for their color management. Color for vehicle interior is one of color development process. You can see that for interior we have a lot of material and surface with the material like vinyl, coated plastic, fabric, leather, and injection mold. And the color development for vehicle interior includes part approval. That means that all substrates needs to match visually in many kind of material and surface. The production QC for tight control of color, growth, and texture. To communicate with confidence. The parent standards need to be shared digitally between the car producer and their supply chain. And here is the analysis of color development process. You can see the basic stage and 3 points with high potential for optimization. The first stage is design. The car producer will design the new car model. And then I move to the product development. At this stage, the target sample will be made. And the target sample is we made with the different material like coating, plastic, leather, and textile. And the standard sample will be sent to their supplier to make pilot samples. After the supplier finishes the pilot sample, they will be sent to the car manufacturer to check again for inspection and approval. And if the pilot sample is qualified, it will be moved to the final step is production. And in case the pilot sample is not qualified, and the supplier needs to make the sample again and send to again until it has been approved by the car producer. In the past, the conventional color development is slow and expensive. The reason is the color communication between car producer and their suppliers is based on the physical sample. The car producer will design, develop, and send the physical target to their suppliers, and their supplier will produce one or more physical sample as close as possible to the target, and the car manufacturer will compare the sample with the standard, cross-check of the various materials, and examine in different timing of condition. So there will be a method of interactive color communication between automotive company and the supplier due to the subjective and unclear instruction. And this takes a lot of time and cost. So it requires a color control system for the car producer and their supplier to get efficient in color control and communication. You can see that high number of devices needed. And that data color system in color management and control can help customer and the supplier to communicate and develop the color efficiently. As you know that by using a data color system, the color can be digitalized. So the car manufacturer and the supplier can communicate through the color data. They don't sometimes that means that they don't have to use physical. I mean, they must make the physical target one time and digital into the color data and send to their supplier. If they use the same color system, yeah, and the supplier will make the sample and send and digital the color data and send back to the car supplier, car producer to check. Yeah, it will save a lot of time, up to 50%. Yeah. And the other benefit is clear reduction of development cost. For example, like tracking reduction of number of samples to be produced and administrated, optimal use of resources, and reliable assurance of constant color quality through setting optimal tolerances. Data colors solution and product can help customer in automotive industry to solve or catch up with quality claim increasing. For example, aesthetic claim, the appearance of the vehicle interior has become dominant creation, criterion in the decision-making process. For example, the buyer wants to feel comfortable in his car, and the design is crucial for the differentiation from competition. And it can help customer to catch up with the future trend. For example, customize the color design. And here you can see a lot of popular brands have confidence in data color. Yeah, many popular brands. The reason that data color has experience more than 50 years experience in color solution providing. As a competent experienced partner, data color warranty a smooth initiations. And we also offer not only products, but a comprehensive concept. And data color offer a support, technical support and other support integration to suppliers into the process. And one more thing that our solutions are already in use in numerous companies worldwide in more than 100 countries, yeah, with 1,000 customers. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. But before anything else, we're now proceed in our open forum. May we call on all the speakers this afternoon, Ms. Fiona, Mr. Yasumo, please. Please come over on stage. And to all our delegates, you may now ask a question. Questions, suggestion, comments to all speakers. This is the right time and the right moment if you would like to ask more about detailed by detailed information about their product or their earlier presentation. Please, anybody? Anybody? Okay, once again, please give all of them a round of applause. Before the end of our session today, we would like to remind all the participants to join the lucky draw tomorrow during the closing ceremony. To join the raffle, please scan the QR code on the cover of the folder of the conference materials given to you. Fill in and show the screenshot to Rainier staff so they can register you for the lucky draw. If you have any questions, please approach one of our staff. And for those joining the cocktails, please proceed to the Maggie Terrace in 30th floor after this session. 30th floor after this session. Please note that tomorrow we will start the registration at 8 o'clock and the session proper at 9 o'clock. So please be on time. Don't forget to bring your badge with meal tickets. Thank you very much and see you all. Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone. Once again, Rigor Events business partners, sponsors, please visit our business partner sponsors. Gmore International Corporation, Yuhuan CNC Machine Tool Corporation Limited, Shanghai Handbag United 3D Tech Corporation Limited, Wuhan Wadong Laser Engineering Corporation Limited, Gorko Southeast Asia Private Limited, WSS Precision Tools Shanghai Corporation Limited. Once again, please visit our cocktail. Please proceed to the Maggie Terrace 30th floor after this session. Thank you. Again, we have a factory tour tomorrow. We have 5 slots. If you would like to join us, please register your name in our reception area. Thank you. Mọi người ơi.